Start. Good evening, guys. Welcome to the 6th edition of Exchange. Exchange is a platform created by architects Sujit Nair and Aruna Sujit from STEG, Smaran Mallesh from Cadence Architects, and Bijoy Ramachandran and myself from 100 Hands Design. I'm happy to announce that we've had one amazing year since Exchange's inception. And I have to make it a point to thank our very generous partners, Quattrolux and Ram Ceramics. And we're so grateful for their unconditional support from Siddharth, Ambika, Rohit, and Vikram since our very first event. Thank you for your incredible partnership. A few house rules for this evening. I request all of you to please put your phones on silent for the rest of the event. The evening will have 3 individual presentations by our 3 guests, Kapil Gupta, Sameep Padora, and Arjun Malik, followed by a conversation with Sujit Nair and Smaran Mallesh. There will be a 15-minute break in between for refreshments because we expect it to be a little longer than usual. But we request you to step out and get back in 15 minutes so we can continue. So welcome to the Mumbai Vanguard. We had an overwhelming response for this trio here, and looks like they're quite popular, to say the least. The registrations were filled up within 3 hours of our announcement going on social media. And so the guys seated here are the privileged ones to hear them. So moving on, a brief introduction of our wonderful friends and tonight's speakers. I'd like to start with a beautiful excerpt from Arjun Malik's self-written bio. There was always a certain inevitability about my decision to be an architect. It was ultimately the paradoxical nature of the profession and the belief, through constant exposure to my father's practice, that architecture, like cinema or literature, was a medium for commentary and personal expression that led me down this path. I completed my bachelor's in architecture at the Rachna Sansad Academy of Architecture and went on to receive a Master of Science in Advanced Architectural Design from Columbia University in New York. I returned to join my father's 30-year-old firm in 2005. Through his work, Arjun has tried to develop an idiom that would reconcile the intellectual and intuitive aspects of architecture, that would provide a tangible link to the past without getting nostalgic, that would be technologically progressive without being experientially stunted, and that would ultimately speak through the intangible science of perceptual phenomena. His focus is on generic metaphors rather than specific analogs, relying on the intuitive reading of context, allegory, and functional parameters to generate topological shifts and to create an architecture that transcends the merely intellectual and visual and addresses the often ignored experiential aspects of architecture. Kapil Gupta is the co-founder of Siri Architects with Christopher Lee in 2007, with offices in London, Mumbai, and Singapore. He is the principal of Siri Architects Mumbai. Kapil graduated with honors from Sir J.G. School of Architecture, Mumbai, followed by postgraduate studies at the Architectural Association, London. He was a director at the Urban Design Research Institute, Mumbai, between 2003 and 2008, where he led India's first entry to the Venice Architecture Biennale in 2006. He served as a visiting critic at numerous schools in India and been on several jury panels for competitions and design awards. He was also the Charles Correa Design Chair at the Goa School of Architecture in 2020. Siri is the recipient of a long list of international awards over the years, and their works have been exhibited as a traveling solo exhibition in Hong Kong, Shanghai, and in the AA London, culminating with the release of their first monograph, Working in Series. The practice is known for its theoretical position, which emphasizes the study of building typologies and their evolution. Thus, Siri advocates careful study of historical building precedents as a basis for speculating on new solutions. Kapil leads and manages series project portfolio in India with projects ranging across housing, commercial, and institutional sectors. He's written on the challenges of South Asian urbanization and is currently involved with ecological and land regeneration strategies in India as a response to climate change. Sameep Padora is an architect and author. He established his Mumbai practice in 2007 after graduating from the GST Harvard University. Sameep's studio is widely published and is the recipient of several international awards. The studio's research and built works have been exhibited at numerous forums, including in the Seoul, Buenos Aires, and the Venice Biennales. Besides the architectural practice, Sameep also runs SPARE, a not-for-profit organization that researches issues of urbanization in India with a focus on housing. Its publications, In the Name of Housing, How to Build an Indian House, and Decoding Mumbai, are projects attempting to unravel the production of affordable housing in Indian cities. Sameep has in the past lectured at various universities, including Harvard, Cooper Union, Cornell, and TU Delft, and has been a jury member on the Architectural Review Emerging Architecture Award, as well as the Oberlander Prize. He also serves on the academic boards of a number of educational institutes and is currently the Dean of Faculty of Architecture at CEPT University. Welcome to the exchange, and we're so happy to have you guys here with us. We will be starting with Arjun Malik, followed by Kapil Gupta, the break, and then Sameep and the conversation to follow.
Can you hear me? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Good? All right. Yeah, just keep it here. Just pocket, tape it up, whatever you want. Okay, perfect. Where are we on time? You started the time. Perfect, I can see it there. All right. And this is perfect, and I have to just manually click, right? Yeah. All right, perfect. That would be. Not really. Better. Okay, perfect. So thank you so much, Sujit, Smaran, Bijoy, Suni, for having us here. We've talked about this for a while. I'm delighted to see that it's finally happening, especially in this beautiful location. I am extremely privileged to be asked to be alongside Kapil and Sameep. They are senior to me, and both of them reference points, them and their practices, reference points for me growing up as well as currently. So I'm really kind of privileged. I'm not going to use the word honor. I think it's overused, but it really feels wonderful for me to be alongside them. The bio needs to be rewritten. It's very, very old. I think it needs to be edited out. The inevitability of being an architect should be replaced by I never really wanted to be an architect. It's a much better starting point. I wanted to play professional sport, but that didn't work out for me, so I took what I thought would be the convenient path, and much to my horror, it wasn't as convenient as I thought it would be. Those are perhaps lessons for a different time. The title of this talk is the first time I'm actually doing this talk. I put it together in the last 10 days, and I see Peter's here. Hello, Peter. Good evening. Talking, he's a mentor, he's a friend, he has a very keen eye to be able to perhaps detect the essential in a situation. And this talk is a very summarized version of those conversations. I do owe the title of the talk to Ananya Singhal, who was with us last weekend and asked me how my father and I, on a daily basis, resolve problems, how we created them more often than not. And he said, look, why don't you kind of amplify that into a talk? And that's where constructive friction came from. I can't start this conversation without talking about its beginnings, and therefore my father's beginnings. He grew up in Simla, in the foothills of the Himalayas, from an army family. So he was based in Simla. My grandfather moved around. But I think his entire perception of nature, of the vastness of the hills, of the flow of the Ganges, his love for nature, his sense of space, and his ability to grasp what I talk about as the vastness or the infinite is absolutely amazing. I see it in him even today, and it is a skill that I deeply envy, because I have been raised in a very different environment that I will come to. And these formative years of his, followed by his time at SPA, where under the mentorship of fantastic teachers, not just architecture, but also engineering and history and art, he developed this outlook towards the built environment. And you can actually see it in some of his early works, where these kind of influences, these multiplicities started to actually overlay one on top of the other. And I'm going to talk about what I would consider one of his seminal works, I would say in the early to mid-90s, a single family house in Delhi in Vasant Kuj, where even at this early stage, he was beginning to tamper with the idea of continuities, axes, questioning fragmentation as a plausible way of building the house around nature, and finally beginning to translate what Peter today talks about as the house as a village. Right? It may be something that we deal with on almost everyday basis now, but at that time I found that it was a fairly radical idea in terms of how he pulled these places apart and then stitched them back together. And just working with the bhattis over there, these are actually the very thin bricks, very similar to what they use in Indraprasth. Just the grammar of his architecture, the language was very, very simple, very evolved, but always leaning towards nature as the protagonist. His architecture formed from space and light and simple gestures of material that I think hid a different kind of complexity within the space. And the second work of his that I would regard as seminal was this research park on a hill just on the outskirts of Pune. It was for Lupin Pharma. This was around 97, 98. You can see up there the kind of section of the hill and the movement of the hill and how the architecture starts to follow the contours. And even in the basic planning of space, you can see the sense of the boundaries, the courtyards, the sense of developing a certain planning and spatial order. But then how the corners get released through voids, through landscape interventions, through an amphitheater, through an entrance, and how those excavated corners start to then get dislocated and move into different parts of the hill to form different programs. The clarity of the kind of circumscribed courtyard with the internal circulations, and then the organic formations of the cafe, library, and the communal spaces within the courtyard. These are all, I think, at least for me, seminal works that start to inform what happens next, and that's part of this process of kind of almost doing a PhD of our own work and trying to track where some of the current works have actually emerged from. And the idea of memory, of place, of belonging, of material and structural expression, the simplicity of the land rising up to form a simple wall that traces the topography. We will see these gestures recurring, 2 or 3 decades down from where this project actually happened. And even, and we talked about it within the plan, even the auditorium here, which is embedded into the hill, has the inclination for the seating. So even back then, within the kind of established orders, there was this sense of disjuncture, this sense of wanting to break, this sense of kind of investigating the potential of how you bring the oblique or the diagonal into architecture. In some of the corner spaces where the landscape, the amphitheater, the cone sitting on the water, there are also very deep metaphorical and allegorical aspects to this, because he is a student of Krishnamurti and Osho. I think that aspect of his life, when he speaks about it, I'm not doing a very eloquent job of expressing some of his thoughts. But when he speaks about the idea of water and how it relates to the river and how it relates to flow and reflection and depth and absorption, and continuity and nature and sky, I think he tends to speak of these with such conviction and passion that they've in a way become I won't say a template, but certainly a frame of reference for what starts to emerge later. And in particular, this image on the left is the ramp and the steps that takes you up to the animal house. And he spoke, I don't know if Peter remembers it, but he spoke with such emotion and sadness about the fact that this is the last journey of an animal before it is experimented on and then finally moved out to be dealt with essentially as biological waste. So even that sense of light, the kind of dignity of that last passage meant so much to him. Early beginnings, collaborating with artists, the aspect of art that kind of informs a lot of our works going forward. And from that, we started to develop, well, I won't say we at the point, because this is around 2001, 2002. I've just graduated from my bachelor's, stepping into the office. And at that time, he began to draw this diagram that talked about, if not a set of guardrails or guide rails, but a framework or a matrix to be able to approach any situation, a way of seeing and a way of reading, and everything comes back to balance. And this is not about the practice of the profession, this is really about the way that he lives his life, that everything is talking about a certain equilibrium, a certain balance, a certain homeostasis. And therefore we begin to look at situations from a historical standpoint, from a vernacular building standpoint, from a building typology standpoint, to a material, climatic, etc., where everything starts to become this rich kind of soup from which we draw to different degrees each time we confront any sort of situation. A little disjuncture here, and I think that's perhaps the right word for it. I grew up in Bombay. I spent all my life there. Very, very fortunate because of my family's army background. We still live in Navy Nagar. We face the East Coast. Our building faces the sea. This is my frame of reference. So I don't have the vastness of the Himalayas, but I have that beautiful horizon, and I have that sense of the joining between the sea and the sky. And growing up in Bombay, I always obviously encountered tighter spaces, more urban situations, which also kind of shows itself in my attitude to projects where I tend to work better when certain constraints have been established. I don't have the ability to deal with infinite expanses and vastness the way my father does. The other two very strong influences in my life were until very recently, my relationship with sport. Not so much in terms of teamwork, but in terms of the dynamics of space and time, which for me are two of the primary tools and mediums in the practice of architecture as well. And then my time at Columbia, where I had dad's practice as one frame of reference, and then I went into this world that I was simply not prepared for. I still wasn't tuned into the fact of, I didn't have any sense of what architecture really meant even after 5 years of my bachelor studies. I hadn't really traveled. I hadn't got a sense of the implication of what the drawing in the hand means when it expands into built space. Basically, I still hadn't developed a real interest or passion for the subject, and therefore I just got tossed around in New York, and I think upon returning, some of those, I would say, unchanneled energies were trying to reconcile themselves with some of the situations and frameworks that Dad had created, and they kind of created these, the first 3 projects I worked on between 2006 and 2009 were these 2 homes in Alibag on a hill, where the one on the, I'm just trying to see if that, yeah, so that one was commissioned first, that one got commissioned later. One of them became this completely abstract interpretation of a landscape, trying to deal with the same sense of analyzing topography and dealing with shade and verandas and all those kind of really successful vernacular devices, but really in a way on steroids. I mean, that's the only way I can describe those early years of an incredible outpouring of energy and of an attempted reconciliation. So one of them developed very expressively on top of the hill. The second one got commissioned later. It couldn't follow a similar language because they would contest with one another. So this one started to submerge into a lower part of the site where they had a water tank. And yeah, I mean, this was a period of experimentation, calibrated experimentation, unchecked experimentation, I don't know. I think there's still, the jury's kind of out on that one. And then there's also the fact that I was, also introduced to new tech. So Borges's Labyrinth and kind of some of the sense of deconstructivist work that I was also observing at the time. And I mean, I don't know, I think in terms of some of the foundational elements of the hill continuing, of the house kind of lifting off and then tilting to follow the hill, and the pool floating and creating a veranda below it. I would say this was a very fundamental, an important time in terms of going to the next stage, which would create perhaps the next sense of distillation. Yeah, I mean, just experimenting with materials, tilted concrete, working with the sun's angles, creating these kind of spaces of dark and light, shadow, labyrinthine spaces. And another project that happened around that time, which again would kind of classify in the same era, was in Bombay. And this was a bit of a googly because Bandra Kurla had just started to emerge, was developing very quickly as a CBD. This site was actually in Kalina, literally sandwiched between Bandra Kurla and Dharavi. It was part of an industrial zone that was populated mostly with car showrooms and metal fabrication workshops. So I would say more of a industrial influence. And what's most important is at the time the sea-link hadn't been commissioned. So every time I went there, I would actually drive past Dharavi, and there was the Mithi, and it was a very kind of provocative image for me at the time. Again, I would literally say I was viewing these in a way as an outsider, not someone who had really lived in the space, and therefore, with the weight, partly weight and partly the liberation of my time in New York, I started to interpret these situations very, very differently. And that was BKC. I think there's no point even, looking for, I think there were ideas of connected urbanism at the ground, but I don't think they really translated very well. So I was talking with Peter about this, and maybe the response to all of this chaos and all of this energy would have been a very, very pristine order, but frankly, I wasn't in the mood for any of that at that point. So I really ran with it. In terms of the diagrams on the right, the warehouse is essentially what existed, very simple, north lights, and the kind of prescribed building codes with density, setbacks, etc., would have given you about a 34-meter tall building, completely changing the way the urban scape read. And so we'd already been talking, Dad and I, about the way that we would start to liberate ground. We've been talking about it, experimenting with it in certain projects, and they never materialized. But we got this opportunity to lift the building off the ground, open it up for landscape and for community space. Unfortunately, there was a compound wall, so it wasn't truly public. And then we also began to split and shape the building to reduce its visual weight, to try and bring back the footprints of or the visual kind of, horizontality of the warehouse, which is why something would go out, something would go in, the client's office would shift on top, the north lights from the warehouse would come in. So all these ideas were literally stacking one on top of the other, rather than finding a kind of quieter, simpler order that would encapsulate all of these things that are being pulled in different directions. And again, I mean, there was maybe drunk on technology a little bit, so just working with Max and Maya and then stepping into Revit, dealing with all these structural complexities. One of the reference points for me structurally was, in fact, Kapil's proposal for a school in Fort, where I remember he did these thickened cores and the loads and the shear skins. So we started talking to the engineers about bringing the loads down through these shear skins. And yeah, it was, I don't know, some people call it a ship, some people call it a car crash. I don't know what to say really. That image on the left that Edmund took, and he published it on Dezeen, and I still don't think there has been, I can't vouch for it, but it turned into one of the most polarized BTLs on Dezeen, and I wasn't a tech guy. I just got on Facebook, and I was the kind of person who, if someone, on my birthday, I opened Facebook and I saw like 200 messages, and I didn't know the nuances of social media, so I replied to each one of them. And one of my friends said, dude, have you lost your mind? This is just Facebook. If they see it, they don't give a shit. They're just going to wish you. So I was kind of quite traumatized by what was happening on the zine. But anyway, I suppose, and I have edited this to kind of heighten the contrast between two potential approaches. This is the first moment where I think a distillation of thoughts and ideas came through. This is our own home in Pavna. It's a beautiful, beautiful location. It's raw forest. We've got Tung Fort to the east. We have the hill to our south. I think we're referring to our house, which is up there. The neighbors over there. But I think some of those ideas of allowing yourself to be kind of assimilated in the forest, at its heart, it's a very, very simple scheme. It's walking through the site and essentially turning yourself into a tuning fork where you can start to react to the rhythms and vibrations of the place, finding spaces between the trees, and there were these two, ravines that then split into three, which carried all the rainwater from the mountain, so you didn't want to tamper with that hydrology. So we simply used the principle of a fort wall that would trace a ridge and descend down the hill, public spaces to the north and the east overlooking the lake, service and private spaces coming onto the other side of the ridge. And yeah, they're fairly radical sections. It's a ground floor house, but we do have almost 60 feet between top and bottom. In essence, this house is almost a pure interpretation of the land. This is the major movement where one of the ravines moves through. This is kind of laterally across the house with a central ravine and a very deep ravine to the west. And there are, again, the sense of two overlapping orders that were developing in this space. One was the order of the land, the ground, which we almost religiously translated into plinths and spaces for occupation between the trees. And the second was the order of the parasol, that basically floated and created shade, because that's all the house is about. It's just about shade and ventilation, and to really be in communion with nature. Some of the elements floated across, some of them touched the ground, some of them floated above the ground, some of them stepped with the ground. These are fairly old images. It's quite nice to be able to see some of these, monumental elements that echo the memory of the forts in the region. The basalt is from the site or perhaps nearby. And there are these beautiful kind of connections between what is heavy and what is extremely light and floating. This is the first time we work with flitch timber to be able to work with these geometries and translate them in a very, very lightweight manner. The house is porous. It prioritizes nature and light and wind. And the roof also becomes its secondary topography because of the way that you perceive it as you move up and down through the house. The ability for the house to, of course, first of all establish the veranda as the primary DNA, as a post point in the journey from the top of the hill to the bottom. But the way the enclosed spaces worked is where the glosses became the walls and all of the ventilation elements became solid. So we don't have fans, we don't have air conditioners, as you can see over here. The bedrooms have them, but we haven't switched them on. I think, Peter, I switched my AC on for the first time last weekend since we commissioned. It was excessively hot, but everything works through the idea of microclimate and the cross ventilation. And everywhere there's this kind of, relationship between the light and the heavy and the hill and the built environment. And as you start to move down through the house, the water runs through it in the monsoon. These are fairly kind of vertiginous spaces. In the central image, you have the veranda, which spans over the stream and then connects with the pool. We just want to open up clear panoramas, once again connect with nature as seamlessly as possible, reduce the footprint. We put 2 of the bedrooms below the pool, which then kind of rises up and extends into the trees. We have some voyeuristic langurs that sit at the edge of the pool and observe us extremely thoughtfully while we're here. So we've also, this is kind of a very raw place. There's not too many houses around us. Around the same time, right, another set of ideas that we were exploring was to really take an almost monastic or rigorous attitude towards the development of a single material. So this is in Jaipur. The quarries themselves have undergone a complete transformation to be able to harvest huge amounts of stone in one go, but we did go back to the original technique of mining stone, which is basically getting the big blocks and then drilling dowels and splitting the stone along its natural grain to avoid taking it to the factory where it's lost all its texture, and then again you artificially dress it and bring it back to site. So some of these strategies were kind of simple and honest, but also linked to the economic feasibility of the project. There are a number of drawings. When you're working with stone, there is no size, so to speak. So with a brick, you may have certain set dimensions. With stone, you get huge blocks, but they're unwieldy. So it was the Mistri who talked about the basic size of stone that could be handled by 2 laborers without any additional machinery. So every single component in this house, from the cavity walls, and they are cavity walls because we needed to bring down the weight of the material. It also gave us better insulation. It gave us spaces to run our services, so we didn't have to. You can't chase stone. It's not block work and plaster. The steps, the roofs, the vaults, the lintel pieces, the service voids, everything was jambs, windows, everything translated through a single hard Jodhpur sandstone. And therefore, this kind of pushes you into a different space because a lot of our work does rely on a scale that involves a lot of understanding of making. So we build some of our own projects. We work intimately with contractors, with masons. And in this particular case, I think it was more learning than prescribing, because the Mistri and his family knew way more about these construction techniques than either us or our engineers. It's actually quite interesting to go into a building site with this material because you're not quite sure whether you're building something or you're actually uncovering something. There's the sense of, discovering an archaeological ruin on the site. And again, once you step into these spaces and you start to embrace the fact that there is a very deep accumulated intelligence within different regions, with people who have passed this knowledge down through the oral tradition or through the practical tradition of working with these materials. We had an interesting conversation between the engineer, Vivek, and the Mistri, between the two Mistris, Kamlesh and Naresh, and the 6 foot by 12 foot single thick stone, cantilevering on two sides. The engineer said, look, we have to put brackets, sorry, I'm not certifying it. And the Mistri just said nothing. He put these people on top. He made them jump up and down and said, look, I can put 10 more of them if you want. And that was how the debate was settled, right? So it's interesting that some of the little stories that go when you're essentially moving into uncharted territory. And just the natural texture of stone, undressed, the scale of spaces, again, from a typological perspective, they needed to be narrow, they needed to allow convection currents to be able to exhaust air out at the top. I'm not stepping too much into the planning of this project, but yeah, I think we've always had this obsession, me personally, I think architects in general, with the weight and history of ancient architecture and the complexity it can bring. So we really got a chance, every single element, even the stone dust was put into terrazzo. Some of the interior finishes were more with smooth stone. The stone screens can open and close, so you control privacy and light and rain, etc., into the patio spaces behind. Moving into, again, Maharashtra, very close to Lonavala. When I talked about the House of Three Streams and the overlapping orders with the ground, we had a slightly complicated program in terms of working on a resort in Lonavala where the over-densification has basically taken away the sense of openness in nature that actually brings people there. So it's a 150 key hotel with oversized event spaces on a 2.5-acre site, out of which some of it was marked as a no-build zone. We tried to resolve this problem by dealing with the ground as one kind of spatial planning order, where we worked with the stone that was excavated from the site to build these very large, load-bearing, monolithic elements, also picking up from the language of the forts, from the language of the bastions, that were then assembled more organically on the ground, also moved sectionally downward to where the site was already sloping down. And then on top of those, we layered up the very simply ordered hotel room blocks, one of them with a singly loaded atrium corridor, the other one with the doubly loaded corridor. So we really kind of tampered with the way the two orders interfaced with one another and the in-between spaces. And yeah, this just really nice scale of gabion walls and simple timber louvered blocks. This is something that has been kind of fascinating us for a while, as to how architecture is dealt with as perceived from the ground, as to what kind of starts to move up into the air, and these overlaid, foreground, middle ground, background, and everywhere dealing both with the heaviness and lightness, and trying to work obviously with techniques and materials from the region, obviously analyzing them without trying to get mimetic in that response. And the atrium kind of beautifully opens out to the hill. And that, yeah, that's that. You can see the basically scale of the interfaces. I think very, very un-hotel-like in a way. No false ceilings, raw concrete, raw stone. I'm very, very thankful to them for having agreed to and assimilated some of these ideas. Moving into Delhi, I think this would be around 2000 and maybe 14, 15. This is in South Extension too. It's just off the ring road. Again, when we step into cities, we are obviously dealing with the urban environment as a notional topography. So if you look at those 3 plans there and these 3 sections there, the original house type in these mohallas would have been a ground 1 and Barsati. It was very typical to have your terraces used differently in the summer and the winter. But they were set back from the street. They had landscape, so in a way it didn't matter what the house looked like. There was light, there was air, there were trees, and unfortunately the current building codes, the densifications, the height limitations, that stilt floor with a prescribed maximum height of, I think, 8 feet, which was meant for parking, has essentially determined now the built environment with reduced setbacks. The trees have been cut, the streets have been starved of light. In essence, it's just become this kind of compartmentalized space. So for us, I think the idea was to try and understand whether we could recover or preserve at least some of the qualitative aspects of the previous built environment. And it's quite interesting because our site to the west had the new developer block, and to the east had the Barsati. That was our intervention. And I think the section tells the story. Now, this line, so that's the ground line, that's the north, which is the entrance. This line essentially is what the MCD prescribes. And because of that line, essentially what would happen is all these houses would develop in a C shape. They would concentrate program in the front of the house, concentrate program in the back of the house, and then get a courtyard in the center to be able to bring light deep down into the ground. So simply by excavating or eliminating 500 square feet of space in the front, we were able to open up this massive 18-foot tall, beautifully shaded, call it a veranda, call it a giant kind of patio, but it allowed the space through, it allowed the trees to enter the site, it moved downwards into the basement because they had a home office. It allowed smaller elements of this courtyard to move through the house, and therefore allowed us to essentially challenge the sense of front and back program, because once you've brought fantastic light and air into the ground, you don't need to cut away a humongous courtyard right through the house, and therefore that allowed us to bring one living space right from north to south through the length of the house. Yeah, that's the kind of living space there. That's how the courtyard happens, goes into the basement, narrows down, moves through the house, expands into other courtyards there. So in a way, I think the diagram here shows the house really as that void becoming essentially a thermal balancer and light catcher. And that's how the ground kind of completely opens up towards the north, towards the garden, kind of accessing the trees. And these very nice, large, monolithic elements, because the house is essentially supported on 2 asymmetric pylons, and there are sectional variations happening not just on the north-south axis, but also in the east-west to be able to bring north light into certain spaces in the house. And even from the basement, you kind of look up through the ground and catch those trees, and yet the space kind of continues more narrowly through the house. At the same time, just as we were finishing this up, we were starting to develop ideas for a 52-meter tall, single, very, very large family house in Bombay, in Khar. And they have the Khar Danda village where they've actually painted all these roofs as an art project. That's the site, that's the western seaboard. And I think the entire project develops with some of the ideas that we found in Delhi through how we could bring air and light through the house, make it a little bit more habitable, but also kind of here particularly dealing with the fact that your sea was to the west, that's where you have the most beautiful views, but you also have the harshest sun and rain. So the ability to develop thickened patio spaces with sliding folding screens, to take this large family and separate the house into different parts connected by courtyards, to try and liberate the ground, for more openness and landscape, because these essentially replaced old bungalows and the street has now been destroyed. And again, the exploration of sections, even in the short cross-section, to be able to bring north light elements deep into the house, even at the lower levels, to kind of get the sense that you have the sky or that connection with the sky instead of being just loaded with floor slabs. I'm not going to waste time there. And again, the urban environment around in terms of all the residential buildings coming up is just slabs and floor-to-ceiling glazing. So in a way, all around us, that is the kind of urban skyline. So also the ability to bring that urban artifact into the city, right? Something a little bit more enigmatic, more mysterious, something that isn't quite easily readable, and also something that can adapt to different times of day and different seasons. So that's the kind of very narrow west face. All those elements open and close, so people can control the rain, the sun, and the privacy. And that's the north facade, which in a way, even the client felt initially was counterintuitive, because conventional thinking says, please open up your north completely, but you are surrounded, and you turn into a fishbowl if you overexpose yourself. So in a way, this resists the kind of archetypal paradigm in the city of just opening everything up with glass. It's a little bit thicker, it's a little bit more shaded, it's revealing itself at the right moment and allowing itself to adapt to the light and climate, as well as, I think, the ability to have a private life within this space. So the open ground, the perception of the building from the ground. And as you start to move into some of those patio spaces between the completely open, semi-open, closed, the internal volumes connecting, it really adds, I think, to their quality of life, because, and I'll just segue here for a moment, they are Marwari clients, right? And that comes with a certain kind of baggage, let's say, and their reference point for what they call quality architecture was the JW Marriott that had just opened at the airport, right? So very much about the glossy marbles and the polished veneers. All of it was about aesthetics and look. And it's really interesting that the patriarch of the family now says two things. He said, one is, you've kind of ruined everything else for me, because when he goes into a space, he actually starts gauging it through his new frame of reference, of honesty, simplicity, of large heights, of no fault ceilings, of being able to live with the sun and the rain, to be able to live, sympathetically with the environment. The fact that he doesn't turn his air conditioners on because there's fantastic cross ventilation, the fact that he doesn't turn his lights on because you're getting glare-free controlled light into the space. For me, out of all the things I've heard, that for me, that shift in discourse is very fundamental to us being able to kind of, further evolve these ideas. And the interior space is very, very simple: quotas, raw concrete paint, timber. You can see the splits in section to be able to bring north light into some of these places. It was a fairly radical, I think, gesture in the context of how, residential buildings are evolving in Bombay. An invited competition for the offices of the Boston Consulting Group. 5 minutes, okay? Yeah? Okay. In Bandra Kurla. It's an existing building. This is the building done by Morphogenesis as part of a larger complex. It's at Maker Mac City. Essentially, it's a service core, and the floor plate is 2 squares with a central space, they're perfect squares, so we translated them into a mandala. They got partial ground, a split first, complete second and third, and partial fourth and fifth. And they called 12 practices into for a limited design competition to be able to give them ideas for this project. And they selected us because we were not, the other 11 were your typical 50,000, 100,000, 200,000 interior space fit-out people. We were the outsiders in a sense. And we were able to take the idea of the stepwell and the courtyard and essentially excavate a diagonal street and courtyards within the building, and essentially suture it to articulate this as a kind of interconnected or an integrated campus. Otherwise, what happens is you come to this building and you have 70,000 square feet of your own space, but each time you're going from one part of your office to the other, you exit the office, you go to a fire escape staircase, or you go to the building elevator. Here, you can actually move through the building, right? Completely organically. And there are these pause points, all the kind of communal activities, the town hall, the amphitheater, the cafe, the work lounge, the meeting spaces, start to organize themselves around this diagonal street, whilst some of the private and workstation areas start to move outwards into the periphery. And of course, when you come to BKC, I think it's 500 rupees a square foot rentals in this place. So they were obviously, parent company wasn't amused by the fact, and not only were they losing floor space through these through this stereotomic exercise, but they also had to pay for all the structural repairs and sign affidavits saying that when they left the building, they would have to put all these back. Right? It took, I'm not taking names, but it took one person to be able to pull this through a very complex corporate decision-making system. And that courtyard, circumscribed through this cylinder, they like to call it the chimney. It floats above the ground and stretches 5 floors. For us, it's really the well, right? Because one of the first conversations we had with them was just around the time that the first wave of COVID was ending. And we began to kind of interrogate the very nature of workspaces and how tech companies and consultancies were formatting their workspaces. And we said, yes, we will look at all the collaborative spaces, but can we also also look at the individual and that sense of personal, calm and peace and silence. And so this actually became for us the well, the color, the scale, the absorption, the reverberation. And of course, the communal spaces, the cafe work lounge, they're kind of, cafe areas, and essentially trying to excavate and rebuild space in the interior in a slightly non-interior way of bringing back natural materials, bringing back these platonic forms, bringing vertical connections, amphitheaters, smaller elements like focus rooms, etc., around which you could bend space to form more organic, movement patterns. And lastly, I will end at the Ice Factory in Ballard Estate. It's very close to where we work. I'm not sure how many of you have visited there or heard of it. I would say maybe architecture and design is a very small part of this. I think this is in a way a little bit of an act of resistance towards what we see as a rapidly shrinking civic space. And the fact that we tend to deal predominantly in the private sector, we are kind of aware that part of what we do, what we should be doing, should also perform a social role, which we do extensively outside of the profession, but within the profession, right? We were just working for these wealthy clients, producing their private buildings. And so we found this old ice factory. It's 140 years old. It's Asia's first ice factory. They decided to move out the manufacturing operations to New Bombay. And this is how we found the space, right? I think it's very symptomatic of our attitude towards our history. We either put it on a pedestal like the Taj Mahal, in which case we will venerate it and you simply cannot ask any questions, or we crush it underfoot because it has no sort of heritage meaning in a sense, right? So it was really in a very, very poor condition. Things were falling apart. Walls were collapsing. Trusses had detached. I mean, the level of decay was frankly absurd. The fact that heavy ice manufacturing equipment had been hung from wooden rafters. So when we started to open it up, this is what we found. Just, incredible levels of decay over, decades of thermal expansion, ice storage, ice manufacture, Bombay's humidity, pollution. And so this became a 2-part exercise. I have absolutely zero interest in pure preservation. A process that I personally believe has an endpoint, or maybe a fixed endpoint, but maybe a more speculative journey. But this became what I would like to call a kind of speculative or interpretive preservation, where as we unpeel this place where history started to reveal themselves, it was, I think the language of architecture applies less, the language of archaeology and surgery and stitching and suturing and pinning and all these orthopedic procedures to go in step by step and analyze every aspect of this place and operate very reflexively to be able to strengthen it, to also be able to repurpose it. So one part was to deal with the existing structures, which required a attitude. The second part, which became even more complicated, was how do we extend the existing structures? I remember some of the initial sketches that were being drawn were these kind of radical additions of space, but you see these roofs here. These are the spaces that were covered by tin sheds and really needed a new roof. We simply read or listen to the original Ice Factory North Lights. They asked to move further towards this boundary wall that separates our premises from a two-level residential space, but they could not reach all the way because they needed to preserve the air and light for those guys. So they cut down, and then we just rotated them as east lights, and through a single gesture of a sympathetic reinterpretation of what already existed, we were able to find the solution for all the spatial coverings. And that's the space that it is. Some of the artifacts embedded in the ground tell a history of the project. We've been free and agile in terms of being able to get into the space of what to touch, what not to touch, what to cut, what to connect. The banyan tree was completely choked with a plinth. We've released it. It's thriving now. That's the courtyard. That's the cathedral, named because of Peter's Temple of Light installation from the Biennale, which finally found its home there last week. You can see how the north lights from the Ice Factory have extended and then sliced and rotated. This kind of glass, or this particular window, tells the story of those operations, as well as the substation in the background there had this beautiful pitched roof with a lantern skylight. And just by extruding that lantern in steel, it allowed us to put a glass roof over the courtyard. So to a couple of very kind of calibrated gestures, we were able to interpret the existing structures to find all the coverings that were needed within the space. Yeah, so I'll just leave it there with there's a video missing here, but this is the physicality of the space. The intent of the space is an open democratic space for the city. It's a civic space. It's open to everyone. Sameep has, I think, it was decoding that was, so decoding was here. Kapil has been here. There have been incredible architecture exhibitions, design exhibitions, theater, music, art. Of course, it does also have private events. We do have to rob Peter to play Paul. But essentially, it's a safe space within the city. In a way, our kind of a little bit of an act of resistance to what Ballard Estate is unfortunately becoming. We hope that it also becomes, in a way, a seed planted for the future that expresses the sustainability of being able to undertake these in different locations. I'll leave it there. Thank you. Sorry.
Hello. Yeah, that's great. Well, thanks, Arjun. That was lovely. I think he's left the room. But thank you to Bijoy and the entire group here that have invited us. It's really a pleasure. It's the first time I think that I'm actually presenting some of our work. I think you also raised a lot of provocative questions when we started this conversation. So what was interesting, of course, was, to kind of look back and, 20 plus years. And, time has flown, the office has grown, and so have we. Often I look at myself in the mirror and go, who's that old man? So essentially trying to show maybe projects that have been fairly pivotal and have arrived at very pivotal moments in the practice, and why those are in a certain sense important to the broader frame of the way that we actually work. So this is a photograph of me and Chris, I think we had just kind of visited the site for the first time for the ashram project, and this is about 16, 17 years ago. So it's a kind of long time ago, but in a sense, our practice has really been defined by our friendship, our relationship. And when we started, so unlike large offices which create a certain kind of style and then proliferate to other destinations, we actually started in multiple locations at the same time because Chris wanted to teach, and I was like raring to go, kind of get my hands dirty and start work. So how do we, as a practice, begin with very modest means in very humble settings? How do we create a certain framework that could define the practice, the way that we work, the ideas that we had, or what was the approach, what was the larger, in a certain sense, a kind of theoretical framework that could define the work that we do? So where does our interest lie? We've had the kind of good fortune, of course, of being able to build in various locations around the world over the past 20, 25 years. But very fundamental to the way that we work, Chris is an academic, he teaches, he's a scholar, and I think early on, this interest in a certain sense, we kind of finished around 98, 2000, and this explosion of interest in kind of parametric architecture and exotic novel form, architecture as a partner now to kind of capitalism, and we began to see a lot of buildings that in a certain sense didn't resonate. Zaha, in fact, actually taught me when I was at the AA. And while we completely were enamored by her artistic vision, what was hard to kind of reconcile that her buildings felt completely placeless. You could pick up one building and move it anywhere else in the world and it would be absolutely fine. So here is really where, in a sense, we began to think about how do you essentially create architecture that is meaningful, that is transformative, that is connected to history, that is connected to the past. Because only by weaving this thread through history can we believe create resilient architecture that continues, in a certain sense, a certain feeling of history. And this is, kind of widely, I guess we owe a lot to Aldo Rossi, in a sense, who really spoke about the connection between, the past and the actual present, but essentially talking about type or typology. And that, of course, is something that has been kind of well researched in the past 20 years and is increasingly a source of knowledge, which, oh, I'm sorry, yeah. This is the lights kind of a little blinding. No, no problem. Yeah. So in a certain sense, this larger theoretical framework was really about a certain kind of meditation on the idea of type and typology as a way to not just be embedded within the kind of architectural knowledge, within architectural knowledge, but also to be able to create frameworks of which could allow us to access different locations and begin to look at history, at culture, at local nuance, at local practice. So while being able to operate globally, but we could still respond in a very local way. Lean architecture. So essentially, without really, pushing this idea of, sustainable construction, I think it's really about how does the building embody a kind of leanness, which really is more a kind of state of mind, which is how do you take away what is unnecessary and just leave what is important. And the third, obviously, which is, of course, has always been very important to the practice, well-made architecture, to really invest in using materials inventively, meticulously, and responsibly. So I'm essentially just going to start with some of the most important projects on the onset. This was probably our first project in Bombay. Well, the first significant project in Bombay, which was for the Blue Frog, which is this event space, which was to be a live music production venue, but also a performance space. But the crazy bit was that the clients wanted a restaurant. So how does one really reconcile this idea of live performance as well as fine dine? And how do you kind of bring those two together? So essentially, when you look at the quintessential historical space when it comes to live performance, it really is the opera house. So that's essentially how the diagram for the plan evolved, where you take the plan of, say, La Scala and that of a restaurant, and you bring them together to kind of create an arrangement where you have the stage, you have a large open space where people could stand, and essentially your private dining all around. But what is important finally is the actual section, which is essentially to say that from the pit in the middle, the entire space would actually move upward, would actually step upward, in a way that irrespective of where you're seated or standing, you always had a view of the stage. And that section, in a certain sense, of a theater is what drove the entire design. And it created this very diaphanous volume, which created both a sense of togetherness, but also the intimacy of kind of private dining. And it was really beautiful to be able to work within this old historical volume with the north lights, which became, projection screens. And, of course, back then, the client wanted color, so we had all of these light-changing elements, but, there was all of this new software where the lights could change to the beat of the music. And the Blue Frog opened in 2006. It shut in 2014. It had this amazing 8-year run. And I think the biggest privilege, really, of having worked on this project was that it impacted music culture in the city. That after the Blue Frog opened, you had venues all over the city that began to create live performance. So all of a sudden, these young artists who didn't have spaces to really perform, the entire city kind of opened up to them. And to me, that is what I think was the biggest success of the club, was that it actually transformed live music culture in Bombay. This was the project that was starting around the same time, but it was delayed for some reason. This is the Tote. So we were essentially given these old buildings in the Mahalakshmi racecourse. And because it was all heritage grade 2B, we couldn't really do much. We had to maintain the old colonial form of the roofs, but we could renovate the interior completely. But what was actually spectacular about the site were these magnificent rain trees and the dapple light that we had under them. So it was a very simple idea that, how do you extend the experience of being under the trees into the volume itself as an idea? But the other really being is that how does one really begin to examine our relationship to our history? As Arjun, you very succinctly kind of brought up, that our relationship to our colonial history has been either one of complete demolition or conservation. And how could we, in a certain sense, through a project like this, begin to look at this and see how our colonial past can still be a source of inspiration for the future? And this is essentially where this is VT Station. So you have these beautiful trusses, these steel trusses. That is a part of the old metal architecture of our railway stations. So essentially, this was not a parametric diagram as much as it was an exploration of typology, of a truss, a branching system, but also something which, in a sense, could respond to the tree. So what you essentially have are the rain trees. So essentially what you have are these columns, these steel columns, which begin to branch out very delicately, almost filigree-like, and create a kind of interiority which, in a strange way, feels classical, but at the same time, very, very new. So this was the Tote, and this was, of course, all built in steel. And at that point in time, in 2008, 2009, we weren't sure whether we'd be able to pull it off. But, of course, we did. And this is the false ceiling, which almost mimics that kind of dappled light that you have when the light comes through the leaves of the rain tree and hits the ground. To kind of create a space that is truly, in a sense, kind of ephemeral, simply because of the way that it shifts and changes with the light through the day. But a very light, a very elegant building, which is really where all kinds of, this was a banquet hall, sorry, I didn't clarify. This was a banquet hall in Bombay, and it hosts everything from weddings to marriages to all kinds of functions. And as a kind of backdrop to these events, I think it truly is a very memorable space. But at the same time, I think when the Tote opened, the mother of a close friend came up to me and she put her arm on my shoulder and she says, Kapil, what's interesting is this felt like it was always there. So I think that ability to kind of tap into collective memory without really knowing what you're feeling or why you're feeling what you're feeling, I mean, that to me was essentially, in a certain sense, what we've always tried to do, that how does one look at history, but change it, transform it, make it something new. So yeah, just some more images from that project. The next one was actually probably a very important global kind of competition that we won, which was the new courthouse, the new state courthouse in Singapore. And again, typologically, it was very interesting because this was a new courthouse, a very large project, about 1 million square feet, about 25 or 30 courtrooms, but the site was really small, right? So typologically, what's interesting is Singapore is the city of towers, but it's also a city with its own colonial past. And these beautiful shop houses with the terracotta roofs, which we felt, would be something that would be visible. This is what would be visible when the courthouse would open at whatever point. So we were asked to design a high-rise, right? So in a certain sense, how do you then look at the high-rise as a generic type and the court, or rather the old shop house as a historical type, and how do you bring them together? So this is essentially the building, which is these two very slim towers that go up almost about 150 meters, and you have this arrangement of trays on which are placed the actual courtrooms very delicately. What's interesting is, of course, that rather than one building, we proposed two buildings because of the complex circulation, which I will explain in the building itself. The other, of course, was to kind of strip away the elevation, to take that away, and to have a complete, you look at the building as a completely open frame through which the courtrooms would be visible, but they would also create large terraces, which would allow people, I mean, if you're in the court, it means you're in a fairly stressful condition. So to create these large terraces that people could go out to in between sessions and just enjoy views of the city was something that was, I think, really, really beautiful. So the multiplication of the ground as you go from the bottom all the way up to the roof. The red terracotta that you see was actually customized, and we had a very interesting kind of contractor who allowed us to do this. Also, the two towers together actually work far better structurally, given how slim they are. And essentially, in terms of organization, what you have is, I'll just move to that slide quickly, is the complex arrangement of the complex movement of the accused who are coming up through the blue areas, the judges whose chambers are in fact at the back, and the public who then have access to all of these open spaces around the courtrooms. So these bridges, in fact, allow the kind of judges to, in complete security, innocuously be able to move into the courtrooms. So these are the actual bridges which kind of connect the two towers from the judges' offices into the courtrooms. And this is just an image of that beautiful open space that you have, those large terraces, and this kind of terracotta work that we could do in these kind of scallop-like forms with about 4 or 5 different shades, which when seen from far away kind of have a very beautiful, a very soft feel, and it doesn't look completely flat. So it allows for a certain amount of differentiation in shades. But yes, if any of you all have been to Singapore, given its height, it's for a courthouse, it really defines an entire new approach, a completely new type in a certain sense, while still remaining within the larger high-rise fabric of Singapore. This is another project in Singapore again, which is the School of Design and Environment, which sits in the NUS campus on this hill. And what's very interesting is that that Lam Ki Po, who was the dean at that point in time, aspired to truly have a net zero energy building on the campus, the first of its kind. So this was the School of Design and Environment, and in a certain sense, sustainability and looking at architecture through the lens of kind of sustainable solutions, inventive solutions. They'd experiment on everything from looking at mechanical engineering systems to also passive design. So he really wanted the building in a certain sense to kind of be, in that sense, not just emblematic, but embody all of those ideas and those values. So here we come to the Malay house, which again is this kind of local type, very simple, a house raised up on stilts, but open to allow the breeze to kind of move through, to move the air around inhabitants, but also, often where you would have animals at the bottom. So, you essentially take the idea of the Malay house and you kind of conflate that to the scale of an institution where the plan fundamentally is completely porous, is open. But more importantly, how did we achieve net zero? That's a building when it was finished. So essentially, what we realized is that we needed a 75% reduction in energy. So how would you look at passive design to essentially be able to push the graph to this, to an actual point where we can, in a certain sense, produce more energy through PV cells than the building actually consumes. So rather than just looking at a kind of conventional approach, which would generally be either water-based or a kind of air-based kind of chilled coolers, we look at adaptive comfort approach, which essentially means that you're looking at your sensate air conditioning. So as long as I can move the air around the human body, we will experience cooling. And as long as we're not aspiring for 18 degrees Celsius and we're happy at about 26, 27 degrees Celsius, you can actually achieve those. Achieve a reduction in almost 45, or I would say 60% in terms of the total air conditioning load. But now looking at the section of the building itself, this massive overhanging roof essentially shades the east and the west facade, or the west facade. And hence, you can see how through this hybrid cooling system, certain spaces only are completely air conditioned, 46% of the spaces are kind of naturally ventilated. Full AC is only around 70%, about 17%. So this allows us a saving of about 75.4%, which allowed this building to actually produce more energy than it actually consumes. So this is this entire array of the photovoltaics on the roof. Now, of course, being in Singapore, being on the equator, the panels could sit flat, so you don't see them, right? So this is, of course, just some more visuals of this. This level is what we call the living room of the school. This is really the place where you arrive at. Again, as you can see, completely open, completely naturally ventilated. And in fact, we have these retractable screens that can actually drop down if you have rain. And my observation was in Singapore, it rains straight down. It's not like coming in at 45 degrees. So actually, they've never really been used. And this is the crit space, which is essentially like a amphitheater-like seating, where students kind of present their work every time. The east and the west face, sorry, that's the south face, not the north. The east and the actual west face have these screens, which essentially cut the light from there. This is the view of the crit space. This is, again, just the kind of circulation areas, meet, greet. It's quite wonderful because the building is so porous, allows the air right through. And this is where you can really see the expanse of the roof and, the kind of shading that is achieved on the south. Another thing that we, of course, did, that all 5 years share the same studio. So essentially, this kind of peer-to-peer learning was something that we, in discussion with the tutors, were very excited about. And I think it's really wonderful because you have this incredible exchange between the kids, and that's something to be seen. Here you can see the fans, how they run. They're running in the middle of the space, helping us arrive at that temperature. The screens on the east and the west, and this is the postgraduate studios, which are at the roof, with the roof, as you can see, leaning outward, the screens. So yes, we won a lot of awards on this one, environmental awards, and we were really happy about this. This is the other most significant project, which we finished about 2 years ago. This is for, at the Dharamur Ashram, the Srimad Rajchandra Mission. This actually was a project that lasted almost 13 years, our longest project. We were the master planners as well as the architects, and this is how we essentially were given the other side. When we found it, was this complete bald outcrop of land, which, the Adivasis essentially over time deforested for their use as basically firewood. And the vision of the project, of course, was to completely, over time, reforest it, create housing for 10,000 people, and at the top of the hill. So this, there's an actual level difference of about 60 meters from the top to the bottom. So we were dealing with fairly aggressive slopes, so how does one work around that? At the apex would be the main spiritual complex, a Jain temple, the Sabha, which is the main satsang hall, and of course the dining facilities. So the building that I'm talking about is, of course, the Raj Sabha, and this just is, I'll take you all quickly through a crazy kind of 12-year journey with the ashram and the actual guru. And this is how we would meet. That is the Guru Rakesh Bhai, and that's me and my main man Santosh. He's the guy that drove the project for 12 years, and I think it's just completely incredible. As in his energy, his ability to lead the project, and totally amazed by his dedication to this. But this was the nature of meetings, right? Which was quite amazing, because what you experienced here really for us was this very closely knit community, and the kind of affection, the kind of love, the kind of warmth that came with this project. I think the rewards were, at some level, you can't measure, purely in terms of either architectural achievement or even financially, but I just think that the relationship that we forged through this 12-year period was, I think, truly fabulous, transformational almost. So this is a young ashram, and they have resources. So they're looking for a symbol. They're looking for a new form. They wanted something that would, in a certain sense, capture their imagination and become a symbol for a progressive young ashram. So hence began a 2-year journey of form finding. What is amazing is that they actually allowed us master classes. We actually conducted master classes on what is sacred architecture. Because you've got thousands of followers. So, somebody would come and open Zaha's book, sir. Another one would say, Lotus Temple, sir, Lotus, Lotus. So, how does one begin to kind of demystify, how do you create sacred architecture? What is sacred architecture? What are the principles of kind of sacred architecture? So again, form finding, and Oh, this is too Hindu, or oh, this is too Islamic, this looks like basically Mecca, or oh, this is like an actual pagoda. You know, so it was crazy. So every time we would come to them and they would say, oh, it looks like this, oh, it looks like that. And you know, it was completely nuts. But finally, the spire was something that we agreed to. And we began engineering. And what's amazing about ashrams is they're incredibly resourceful. So it also so happened that one of the partners at Lera, Leslie Robertson, was a Gujuai. And he came and told the Guru, "Ghabra mat, engineering is on me. As long as you actually cover my costs, not an issue." So we started this whole process of trying to engineer this kind of spire, you know, on the hill. When the Guru finally came back and he said, "Hello, Kapil, one more time, please. I don't like this." So what's interesting is, you know, then going through their archives, etc., you know, looking at, you know, going through kind of, you know, ancient texts, Jain theology, we chanced upon this image of the Samavasaran. And it's a very beautiful painting. In fact, in Palitana, there is a building like this that has been made. Now, what is the Samavasaran? It essentially is a ziggurat-like structure with animals, their demigods, humans, and, you know, Tirthankaras in divine communion, in divine worship to Mahavira, the apex. Right? So this idea of communion, the idea of an actual building or a structure that somehow exemplifies enlightenment. Right? So how could we, in a certain sense, take this idea and, you know, create something with it? And this is where this idea of a family of forms that essentially came together, that was staggered, almost ziggurat-like, kind of emerged. And what's also interesting is that one begins to look at even Hindu or Jain architecture or Jain temple architecture, it's fundamentally aggregative, right? So where the smallest module, which is essentially a representation of heaven or Mount Meru, right, by scalar repetition, allows for, as you can see, a richness of maybe Shikhara types. And looking at this idea of aggregative, additive form is essentially how the project began to transform. Now, what is also interesting is we started with a project that was supposed to be 30,000 square feet. And we finally ended up, because the demands kept growing. It was a growing ashram, so the satsang hall was supposed to be for 500 people. Then it became for 2,000 people. And then finally ended up with 5,000 people, right? So their needs kept changing and we had to keep course correcting and adapting. So finally, this is, in a certain sense, a diagram of this volume that kind of emerged, where essentially what you have are a series of shear walls that rotate at 45 until they culminate at the lantern that we have at the apex. So in terms of your program, or rather the arrangement, of course, had to be sacred, east-west, lined up with the actual temple at the top of the hill. This was the dining hall that we also designed, which can feed about 25,000 people a day. Anyways, that's another story. But this is, in a certain sense, you know, where the design kind of finally came about. And I think what was interesting in a certain sense about this volume and the mass is that it belies what lies within. You cannot sense scale, you cannot sense flaws, and in that sense, that kind of abstraction, that monumentality, which the ashram sought out, was finally, in a certain sense, the Guru said, "All righty, we can go with this." So this is very quickly describes, you know, how the structure, in a certain sense, working with Leslie Robertson. We have a 54-meter diameter drum, which is the main auditorium, which seats 5,000 people. So how do you span, right? So essentially what we came up with was this idea of these 4 intersecting arches. And the intersections create this slightly skewed square, which is the lantern, which actually sits above. We've got 4 cores at the actual corner. And this is, of course, as you can see, the level 1, the auditorium, the balcony level, the museum, At the third level, this is being actually fitted out right now as we speak. And here you begin to see the rotations. So you've got various kind of your discourse halls, I'm sorry, at these kind of, at the four corners. And at the center, which is the lantern, is where you have the main meditation hall, which can seat about 500 people. And that is the apex, the crown, in a certain sense, of the building. So that's the building as it was actually finished. And yeah, I'll talk about the materiality. But I think what's really quite amazing is that you've got 35, 36 surfaces, or basically your facets. So the building keeps changing through the day, right? And also this act of ascension, because you have the discourse hall, or you have the main discourse hall at the lower level, as I described, and as you move up, the library, the museum, and finally the meditation. So this idea of a journey from speech to silence. Right? This is the primary, this is the knowledge center, this is essentially the place where people come to acquire knowledge, but also some level of realization. Just some more images, but yes, it sits, as you can see, at the top of the hill on this cliff. So it's quite amazing just because of, it's unencumbered by buildings, and it's completely framed against the actual backdrop of the sky. And yes, the entire volume is clad in kind of white Makrana marble bricks. And I can talk a little bit more about that, just some construction images. Oh God, I love showing this image because we died casting this intersection between the arches. Santosh was actually perched up there, right, on a crane, just to actually check that whether they got it right. And this was a local Gujarati kind of contractor, and, he managed to actually pull it off. Just images of the project under construction and the arches when they came up, and the stone itself. So again, 5 or 6 iterations of the type of materials that we could actually use, and we finally realized that how could you build a white building, but how could it have a soft finish? So we said, okay, we could use, so because the main temple was all built in white marble, we had a lot of that waste, and we went to some of the quarries in Rajasthan, and we said, give us your waste. But over and above that, I think it was about 900,000 bricks, right? Like kind of Roman bricks. So essentially what we did is we did an offcut. We split the stone. So when you split the stone, essentially the crystalline nature of the marble is revealed. When now suddenly every crystal is open to the sky, is available to the sky, is available for refraction of light. And as you can see, these are fairly thick. They're about 35 to kind of 40 mm. And then came the problem of the corner, which is what we were talking about today. So this idea of an actual knuckle joint, right, is what allowed us to manage the imperfections in the concrete. So finally, when the corner goes up, you can't make out the imperfection, right, because of that actual knuckle joint. And that gave you very, very fine lines. And believe me, the concrete was out of plumb, no question, right? But somehow, these devices kind of allowed us to, or these little moves allowed us to still have a kind of precision which otherwise would not have been kind of possible. But yeah, it's quite something to see this building at dusk. I've seen it glow pink after in the monsoon sky. So I think that's really special in terms of how the light kind of hits the building. And then of course, this is, sorry, from another presentation, but that's fine. I mean, this is just the interiors, and building this up was completely crazy because this is what the satsang hall would actually look like when it would be finished. And this, again, this idea that the acoustic ceiling kind of borrows from the sky domes of Jain temples. Now, what is amazing, what you don't realize is that this is an acoustic device. Because of the fractaling of the carving, it disperses sound. So in a certain sense, we couldn't do that, but we could do this, where essentially a series of concentric rings, which are essentially sound baffles. And that was, just before it was actually finished. But now, you can sense the volume of the project. What is also interesting, you don't see a single speaker. You see the lights because that's unavoidable. So we have this acoustically transparent fabric that is stretched above the proscenium, and behind that are all the speakers. But yes, so this is the kind of volume that you have, and that kind of the rustication of the concrete versus this very fine timber work, all around. And of course, every single air conditioning duct. We had time, so we could design, we could plan, we could detail. Right, so that was really, I think it wouldn't have been possible in anything that would have happened any faster. And then finally for the crown, we couldn't do RCC because it was too heavy. So it essentially became a kind of steel structure. And these were the lines that had to be projected up to kind of create, essentially using fabric, but to create a very kind of ethereal kind of volume, which is really this. So this is the space. You can see the scale of it with, these were the workers when they were actually de-shuttering, not de-shuttering, but just kind of taking it down after the installation of the skylight. So it looks like a graphic, but it's a photo. But that's the space. So yes, and these are, of course, the large foyers through which you enter, the spiral staircases, the entrance moments, the combinations of materials, very minimal, a lot of earth plasters, terrazzo patterns which are not really visible in these photos, but yeah. The cause, the staircases taking you up, the library, still get the light in. So that was the ashram. I'll just quickly move through, again, just going back somehow to this idea of type. Two competitions, me and Yasamip were on this one together. But beautiful, Mehrangarh Fort, my goodness, how could you go wrong? But in any case, so this was the actual knowledge center that we had to place within this almost a kind of an actual basement-like space. You essentially had these huge high walls within which you would kind of place these actual volumes. But again, you refer to the step wells, but again, how does one really take these as devices and kind of reimagine them? So for us, it really was a way to separate two parts of the knowledge center, the part which is open to the public, and then the resource center, which is where a lot of the restoration work would happen. So you just have this very beautiful moment, which kind of frames the fort at the end. And of course, this was the visitor center, where essentially what we did was we took the crenellations that you would see in the fortifications and kind of reimagined them as a series of load-bearing elements that would hold up these very light roofs. Again, unfortunately, didn't happen. But what was interesting is that we could take, the architecture is essentially this idea of room-to-room movement, something that is visible in Islamic architectural kind of monuments. So whether it's Humayun's tomb or Taj Mahal, this idea of room-to-room movement is essentially what defined the architecture of the visitor center. But in any case, this idea of the Merlons is something that we finally took forward. So the idea that type, the idea of type is transposable. And now we're using that for a building that we're about to start now, which is a new Jamaat Khana in Bombay for the Aga Khan at this new project. So again, you take the same idea, reimagine it, and you have something that works quite beautifully. This is am I okay on time? This is our first flagship commercial project, tower in Bombay for the GSW group. And we had this really odd site, which is like a natural quadrangle. And this was on Carmichael Road. Carmichael Road is a heritage precinct. Now, in a relatively low-lying fabric, you're suddenly going to build a 70-meter tower. So we were really willy-nilly about, oh my God, we're going to be hated. So how does one, in a certain sense, begin to look at that street? And how does the building respond to the street, number one? And number two, this idea of tropicality. How do you build a tropical skyscraper? Very simple, light and ventilation. Yeah. But in a certain sense, what defines the architecture is actually the shape of the site. So what emerged in a certain sense is a kind of ode to Art Deco, which is essentially four bullnose volumes, which are stacked, one next to the other. You have streamlined form, but I mean, Art Deco has two types. One is streamlined form when you have low-rise buildings, and then you've got vertical kind of clustering or pilasters when you have high-rise. So in a certain sense, this was really an ode more to streamlined form of Art Deco. But the building, in a certain sense, emerges from that idea of the bullnose. So this was the site, as you can see, the shape of the site. And this really is what drove this kind of primary strategy. This is the amenity level plan, but this is the typical floor plan that you have. So you emerge here out of the elevator into a little vestibule. As you can see, that's 8 meters, 7 meters, 6 meters, 5 meters. So that's how the formation of the bullnose is. And then we inserted these courtyards, these kind of cutouts, to allow for cross ventilation, to allow the building to breathe. And I think this has just worked so successfully that it really is quite amazing. And the other, of course, is that the investment in its materiality and its finish. So the entire building is clad in glazed ceramic, which we developed at an artisanal factory near Shanghai. And then we had all those actual pieces shipped back. But again, the lowly chhajja, in a certain sense, becomes a very bespoke kind of an actual window element to actually cut away glare and light. And the little bits of residual space on just above the podium, which is where the amenities are. So, we used every little bit of space that we had. This 4 meters of space in the setbacks over the podium became a kind of an actual 25-meter long pool. These little pockets of space, which became these kind of intimate gatherings. So the building is about 11 floors on 4 floors of parking, 9 families. So actually very intimate. But what was very important, the response at the street level. Now when you see parking, a parking podium, it just kills it, right? So very simple idea. We simply pulled the elevations of the windows above onto the parking level. So it almost looked as if it was residential. No boundary walls, just a simple steel fence. But again, the immediacy of the building on the road with the beautiful trees, I think in a certain sense, the building is not walled away behind a large kind of compound. And I think it is that gesture, in a way, that kind of made this such a successful project. The entrance atrium is not air-conditioned. It's just a large kind of double height volume, which leads into a very small lobby. This is the courtyard in the center at the bottom. And these are all the amenity spaces, the lounge. And this is, of course, the actual living rooms and the kitchen. The kitchen has got full height glass. So for Bombay real estate, a lot of firsts, which we're quite happy with. This is the building as it is finished. So it's very quiet, the way that it sits on kind of Carmichael Road. It's still not been photographed, but these are all from my iPhone, so please bear with the poor quality of the images. But you can see the actual bullnose form. Oh, and I forgot to mention this. We kind of kicked ourselves, So the idea of tapering form as a way to allow the building to feel lighter. So the building actually tapers out and then kind of tapers back in. So generally, I would have made one set of working drawings for each floor, or for all the floors. We had to do that 12 times, right? So it was nuts. But in any case, you can see all the chhajjas out there and how they work. And Even the fifth elevation, which are the false ceilings, everyone who's bought the flats have signed a mandate that they will not change these, right? Because you will see the building all the time. So it was important that we had that kind of regularity. Again, just the building. So you have these actually bridges. I didn't describe that, sorry, in the plan, but there are these little bridges from the main lobby that connect out to the 2 bedrooms on the side. So yeah, this building has been finished about a year back, and now it's fully occupied. So again, this idea that history can help us be inventive, can create new form, and we can create new architectures that don't have to rely on conventional tropes. Again, very quickly, this is a project in basically London that Chris is basically pushing. Somehow Art Deco's come alive again, and everyone wants deco. But again, this is Earl Scott, and this is a new student tower that we're actually now building. So again, just an ode to Art Deco again. So, we don't shy away from history, we don't shy away from looking at the past, and we don't shy away from looking at even stylistic architecture, but kind of reimagining it and giving it a new lease of life. I'll just end with, courtyards, courtyard projects, again, kind of typologically speaking. 2 museums, very quickly. Again, me and Sameep were on this one, Mehrangarh. Again, that's kind of the plan of Nalanda University, which led us. This was the Patna Science Museum. And we were really happy with the scheme. Rammed earth from the river, from the Ganges, earth construction, these beautiful courtyards that you actually enter through. So fundamentally, the idea of the museum as a black box, how do you deconstruct the museum away from being a completely inward-looking space with no sense of the outside? And how do you begin to move away from that to a new kind of architecture which allows galleries to be filled with light? So this is just some visuals around that, around the courtyards. But again, right, light-filled spaces rather than dark boxes. This is the project that we finished in Dubai about almost 6, 7, 8 years ago. Again, drawn from that kind of local architecture to create. You can't see the slide very well, but a series of open courts around which the galleries spin. And these are these beautiful kind of courtyards filled with desert plants. But of course, the galleries always open out or look into these beautiful courts, some small, some large. India. Oh, finally, last project. This is Goa, and this is a personal project. And I think what's amazing about Goa is that there is, despite being an agglomeration of villages, there is a common grammar that these houses share. The veranda, the balcony, the screens in Your Mother of Pearl, the way that they actually sit on the road, the way that they actually draw you in. There is a vocabulary that has been established. So in a certain sense, this project it's like my retirement scheme for myself, but not really. It's an ecological project. 8 families have kind of come together where I'm building homes for all of us in this beautiful verdant forest that kind of rewilded itself over 60 years. That's the site. And these mature rain trees, and it's just quite, it's just beautiful. And the remnants of history, the remnants of the past. That's Karthik, my friend, just completely in stupor at just, to be immersed this way in kind of nature. And again, just, ideas of community, and I think that's something that's very close to my heart, something that I've always wanted to somehow do. So how can we live? how can we live in ecologically fragile ecosystems? How do we build in ecologically fragile ecosystems? How do we develop an ethos? Where I describe this project as an ashram, but the guru is the ground. Don't mess with the guru. And that really drives, in a certain sense, this entire project. And that's the slide I will end with. Thank you so much. Terrible headache. Sorry.
We'll break for 15 minutes. There's coffee and snacks outside, and we'll come back. 15 minutes, please.
There are two stations.
Hello? Yeah, it's fine. Start? Okay. Thank you everyone for this incredible invitation to come in and hang out with friends. Sujit, Smaran, Suni, Aruna is also here somewhere. Bijoy, of course, who very kindly facilitated a tennis session this morning with apparel in tow. But no, I'm delighted to be here. I'm also very happy to hang out with my friends Arjun and Kapil. The thing is that recently I've really not been interested in doing lectures. In fact, when we were first talking about doing this session here, I was telling Bijoy that no, we shouldn't do any presentations. We should just do a panel discussion. Bijoy said, "Who do you think you are, Peter Zumthor?" Yeah, I think that kind of put things in place. But what was interesting is we still discussed the fact that maybe we should do something a little different. I mean, maybe not. It's not just about the work, right? I mean, all of our work here, and everyone's work really is online. Everyone can see the projects, right? Lots of our lectures are online as well. You kind of get a sense of what the projects have been about. You know what the story of the project is. You know the diagrams. You know what you like about the project. So we said that. So they said that they'll develop a brief, which is what they sent us. So this was the brief that was sent to us. Really, I mean, it was a nice brief. I thought it was a really good project. I think one of the things was this search principles position. All of this is stuff that we grapple with through projects. But many a time, I mean, maybe this is also a function of getting older. I'm really thinking about these various things and where these come from and where these are going and what is the prompt that changes these obsessions and desires for us as we kind of work through our lives. And I think what I really kind of started off with perhaps the idea of reflection. And one of the things that I've said in many lectures and even conversations that I was a really shy child growing up. I still am a kind of introvert. I mean, I know it doesn't look like that, but I'm standing here and speaking. But growing up, I was very reserved. I'd read a lot. And this is growing up in the 70s, late 70s, early 80s. There is no social media. There is no other form of information. There is no other thing that you can consume besides your real world. I mean, that's around you, but also stuff that you see maybe in film, what you're reading, and things like that. And I think over time that kind of ossified into these three things that I was really interested in. And I'm also a lot of this actually comes in some sense. I'm post-rationalizing this. I mean, it was not something that I thought of when I was 18 years old that I'm interested in these three things so clearly. But I was interested in architecture. I was interested in filmmaking. Having seen, I don't know how many of you remember. I mean, I'm sure most of you guys are too young to remember those days. But Doordarshan used to have this regional film on Saturdays and Saturday afternoons that we'd religiously watch because there was no other TV, right? I mean, there was nothing else. And then on Sundays, you had the big Hindi movie blockbuster that you would see. So regional films, so we saw incredible films. I mean, you had Ray, you had Ghatak, everybody was on TV. So that's stuff that really got me interested in cinema. And the third thing was history. I was obsessed with reading about history. So archaeology seemed to be, and this is before I'd seen Harrison Ford in all of the Indiana Jones movies. So I was really interested in history, and I was reading a lot about history. I was reading a lot about mythology. It was Ramachitra Katha. It was Chanda Mama. I mean, what kind of comics we actually had back then. So today's talk is going to be out of time. It's not synchronized. It's not linear. It's completely achronistic. It's going to be a series of impulses that I think that have impacted me. Some things that seem to result directly in the work that has been produced, and some maybe not. Some of it I'm building connections as I make this talk. But the idea of the talk, and this is another thing that that's a problem for me, is that I get bored very easily. So if I don't have a talk that I'm finding out stuff when I'm making the talk, it just becomes a chore. And I can't stand the sound of my own voice just repeating the same things again and again. So this, I'm going to apologize for the chaotic nature of the timeline as we go forward. But I think I've made some connections while I've kind of made these, while I made this talk. So here goes. Down the rabbit hole, first stop, Kashmir. Kashmir is where I'm from. My family is from Kashmir. My parents from Kashmir. And you all know this, right? I mean, this beautiful kind of landscape of the valley. We used to go every summer. We'd spend 2 months in Srinagar, in Rainawari, which is where our house used to be. And it was a community of houses, a little village of houses within the city. With very interesting architectural types that even today I remember very clearly. But there was also this conception of film and the way Bollywood saw Kashmir, right? I mean, it was this incredible storytelling of romance, of this landscape, and the way that they started developing a kind of image of Srinagar, of Kashmir, being about romance, being about these idyllic landscapes, which it actually is. But for me, the film that defined my, let's say, the most interesting film that I think I saw about Kashmir in that time was this film from 1984 called Khamosh. I don't know if any of you have seen this. It's actually a Vidhu Vinod Chopra film before he became as big. It's a murder mystery set in the Pahalgam Hotel in Pahalgam, right? It's an incredible film because the ability of Vinod Chopra to produce space as a protagonist within the movie, where even in this idyllic landscape, you start seeing shades of space overtaking a certain narrative was incredible, and I really was very how should I say? I found this movie to be one of the movies that spoke about Kashmir, but not through the lens of the idyllic landscape, but really through its ability to tell multiple stories of different kinds. Kashmir, of course, is has an incredible history. This is the Sun Temple in Martand. It's incredible temple. I mean, 8th century. It's even today when you actually see it on that kind of hillside, like Kapil was showing his project. It's an incredible habitation of structure, of form, of the ability to respond to landscape and yet have presence. On the other hand, if you look at the Jamia Masjid in Srinagar, it's a 14th century temple, a mosque built out of brick. Incredible structural sensibilities, the sense of scale, the sense of movement through this cloister. It's again, that's the kind of history that Srinagar also had. And the other thing that I was, like I said, I used to read a lot, and I read these incredibly inane conspiracy theory books, one of which is Jesus Lived in India, Holger Kirsten, and it talks about how, the years that you don't know anything about Jesus, he was actually here living in Kashmir and learning from. So, and interestingly, there is a place called Rosebud, which is supposed to be the Christ, the tomb of Christ after he rose from the crucifixion and came and settled in Srinagar. And the reason for that is because they actually have footprints embedded with marks where the nails actually pierced his feet. And it's really this kind of narrative, this almost underlying sense of mystery narrative that seems to create spaces and experiences that transform spaces into places. And I think that for me is really interesting when I look at any kind of place. This is, of course, the architecture of rural Srinagar. There is a very simple way of using material, stone, the lightness of wood. And then the urban house. Also, Srinagar actually, Kashmir actually has the best quality brick in the country. I don't know how many of you know this, but if you look at the brick that comes out of Birwa, it's one of the best qualities of brick that's available. And it's this kind of urban condition that one grows up in. I mean, one lives in every year for 2 months, which also becomes a backdrop of a lot of cultural events where the architecture of the house becomes backdrop, but it also creates this kind of ability to host marriages. In this case, this is my mama's marriage in the house that we lived in. It's in 1945. This is a little project that we had worked on for a girl children home in Birwa, an orphanage, using brick, using the weight of the brick, and creating these spaces of larger scale right in the middle, which become the community courtyard spaces, and then these little rooms that seem to kind of spiral around the central library for the girls. There is also a very interesting format of habitation in Srinagar. We all know, the boat, the houseboat as well. But there is also a kind of habitation called a dunga, which is actually a watered-down version of the houseboat. It's a family houseboat where this is actually my grandmother, my mother's cousins, my mother, my masi, all of them in this. We actually used to get into this boat from our house. We had a little stream there, and we would go upstream about 60 kilometers to where our temple, our Devi temple, was located. And this entire kind of architecture of again, community of certain kind. I mean, you'd spend a night here in the boat while you went up there. You'd eat food together. You'd sleep like in one big dormitory and things like that. It was an architectural type that is disappearing, right? So. Again, the idea of Srinagar, the craft, and this is my grandfather, and he actually he's trade in these handicrafts. And a lot of my memory growing up with him has been him and his staff repairing small little objects, so paper mache, repainting, and repairing carpets, and so on and so forth. Coming to carpets, one of the most interesting things, I don't know how many of you know this, but this is obviously a kind of Kashmiri carpet being made. That guy sitting here is actually writing a script for them to weave the carpet with. All of this is basically saying one red, one blue, one green. One child is actually reading this out, and the other guy is just listening to what he's saying and weaving the threads according to what is said. So in some sense, I mean, this is a script, right? This is a kind of a set of parameters that are being scripted, and then they're just being followed blindly to kind of produce this kind of artifact. So it's all of this stuff that really I thought was super interesting, and of course I didn't know this as a child, but I kind of learned about it as I went along. And we've done some experimentations with veneer tapestry for projects, upcycled carpet pavilion using just simple stitching mechanisms and catenary deflections, or in this case, just skills of taking elastic fabric, stretching, and then two tailors sitting and assembling this entire thing to create that Lal the Lal Dera pavilion. And I'm adding this project here primarily because, I mean, this is in Jammu, of course, so it's in J&K. But I never really, I mean, when we did this house, the lattice house, all of these actually open up, they're screens. I had not really thought about the connection to the formal type of the houseboat until Doshi pointed it out to me, saying that, does this have something to do with your memories of Srinagar? It didn't when I actually designed it, but maybe in retrospect there was a connection there. Second stop, Mumbai. My family, who's from, like I said, were from my grandfathers from Srinagar, actually migrated to Bombay for better economic opportunities. My mom's side of the family and my dad's side of the family both moved to Chawls, one in Goregaon and one in Mulund. Their initial years, even together, were in Chawls, where there was again the sense of community, where the entire kind of wedding, in that case, happened with all of the people coming together to produce the event. And Many years later, I mean, it's not a connection that I made when I was doing the research, but when we did our books on housing in Mumbai, housing types in Mumbai, and we started drawing them, what we realized was there was this kind of appropriation of what is common, what is public space, as a part, an extension of the interior condition in each of these spaces. So what you actually see here is the interior space in one unit. That's the corridor, which is here, and that's the other unit on this side. But if you look at this, this doesn't feel like it's a corridor space, right? It feels like a part of the house. And this idea of that binary and the fact that there is a kind of possibility to look at community and the sharing as a means to kind of imagine new types is something that we were really, that is really interesting. And I see that kind of continuity come through. Similarly, in the case of the Charkop Site and Services project, where these incredible housing units, very tiny housing units, all defined around a courtyard, which even today still is intact, despite the fact that the units are small, no one encroaches on that space. Of course, this led to two books on Bombay. One is In the Name of Housing, which is specifically looking at type, so various designs for affordable housing. And the second one, which questioned as to why those incredibly beautiful types of housing don't exist, which is Decoding Mumbai, which is what Arjun was talking about. It was the exhibition that opened at IFB. So it was, so there is a connection between Arjun, Kapil, and myself that will keep showing up in some of the slides that I'm talking about. But Decoding Mumbai basically questions the regulations that define the city by going back into the history of Mumbai, looking at how regulations were created and what is the kind of fabric they've produced finally. And yet, one of the quintessential films about housing in Mumbai is Katha. Sai Paranjpe's movie, I'm sure some of you have seen it and some of you might not have, but I'd highly recommend it. It really uses the chawl again as a protagonist that produces a certain kind of social fabric that only that kind of building can produce. It unravels the dynamic connections between various residents, at the same time making a commentary on the architecture of that housing without being explicit about it. And it's a lovely film that you should see. And yet, the most interesting and most relevant film even today, for me, is Janabi Do Yaro, right? About Mumbai. Every single point about the corruption, the nexus between the developer, the politician, the bureaucrat, all of that's spoken about in this movie still exists. It's a movie that's even relevant today. And I would highly recommend people see it if they haven't. But in that movie, these are some stills from the film. This here is Hirapana Shopping Center. This is where Vinod and Ravi, they opened their studio, their photography studio here. Hirapana lay defunct for a long time because there was some litigation on the property, etc., etc. But coincidentally, their studio space, which is, Super was here, their studio space was slightly down here, and this is another studio shop that opened. My dad, many years later, actually bought a showroom in this space. So what you see from here, and this is still from the film, there is a subway. I don't know if you remember, Kapil, Arjun, that there used to be an underground subway that took you to Haji Ali, right? So my father used to come to work here in the shop, and me and my sister, we were little kids. We'd actually go running outside on Saturdays and slide down that, right? That's the back of that subway. And it was just a game, but, and that's me and my sister. But many years later, again, we were doing this Maya Somaya library, and this idea about kids and the way that they engage with landscape. I'm making all these connections again in hindsight, right? So I don't have any memory of having thought of this when I actually did the project. But this notion was very clear. And that's what resulted in that project. It's the project that's of course about structure. It's about this entire 150 feet long, 25 feet wide, 4.5 inches thick compression Catalan vault. But it's also about the way that landscape becomes accessible or becomes a potential playground for kids. Speaking of Mumbai, there is also a Mumbai that seems to emerge in between the interstitial parts of the city, right? And this is not only Mumbai, this is many places, right? You see shrines pop up, you have these found objects that turn religious artifact within the city. Boundary walls become temples, you know. And then there's a little project that we did in Kamshet, which is a Shiv temple. This is one of the early projects. Where we actually had this entire site surrounded by trees. The sky, the trees were the walls, and the sky was the roof. But we only built this little garbhagraha, and you actually walked between two walls that directed you on that axis for the temple. I mean, this is a story that some of you might know. And there is a sense of scale that responds to the water body here and that entire enclosure of the shrine. And for me, it still feels like a found object, a found object in the landscape, in the wilderness. And the fact that it seems to have a presence in the landscape, but yet it also seems to have a sense of age, as almost like it's been there for a long time. And in some sense, those two images also seem to connect for me in my head. And this is a movie that I mean, it's a movie from 2000, but I saw this in 2005 when I was at the GSD. I did a small film course with a professor the entire course was based on the analysis of this film, In the Mood for Love. And it's an incredible film. I don't know if how many of you have seen this film, but Wong Kar-wai basically shoots without a script, right? So he gets up in the morning and says, "I'm going to do this today," and otherwise there is no hard script that the actors are given. And this film operates primarily with 4 characters and operates with mood. And I think that the idea of being able to create mood within a certain time frame, 1950s Hong Kong, it's incredible. It's an incredible film, compositionally brilliant, and it's that sense of mood that when we do hospitality projects in Bombay, like Tote, like Kapil was talking about Tote, but this is the Obar at the Oberoi, where we were using material, we were using existing structure to then produce a kind of architecture that tries to produce that sense of mood. I'm going back a little bit now. This is where I went to school. This is in Bandra. This is St. Andrew's High School, founded in 1780. That's a picture of, I'm in there somewhere, this is 1981, so it's probably 5th or 6th standard. There is also another architect in this picture, Nuru Karim, who is also somewhere there, and we'll have a game about picking who's who later on. But what's interesting is that it has an affiliated church, St. Andrew's Church, which was instituted by the Portuguese in 1575. Any idea of when the Taj Mahal was built? 1630. It predates the Taj Mahal. So it's that kind of time frame that seems to almost, we also seem to prescribe time through imaginations of what these histories were in our head without actually seeing how the immediacy of these are a kind of fallacy, and there are various layers to this timeline that you can only unravel if you're able to look at it through the lens of fact. Of course, Bandra has an incredible culture of these proto-Goan Portuguese kind of dwellings as well, and a very vibrant East Indian community. Again, Bollywood, sorry, this is going to be filled with Bollywood references. This is a mainstream Bollywood film called Amara Akbar Anthony. I'm sure a lot of you might not have seen it. But the reason I watched this film again, I'd seen it as a child, was because in some of the stills, this is 1977, an area in Bandra called Kantwadi. Kantwadi is very close to Carter Road. So close that this building here is where my studio is currently. Sanjana, who is here in the audience, will attest. This is Adelaide here, and this is where our studio is. So it was interesting to see that frame of reference and how our studio, as it is today, with the entry, the arrival, double light space, the stairway, and these multiple levels that happen throughout it, in some sense, are also embedded in a kind of envelope that speak of a different time. So when we first took the studio, we also did these drawings of Kantwadi as it was, 2015. So as you can see, lots of buildings. But then I got to know my neighbors a little bit, and we started having conversations. And through their descriptions, we were able to map Kantwadi back, about 50, 60, or maybe even more, 1960s. So another 70, 80 years. And they spoke about these spaces where there used to be deer, where there was a tree that was that was haunted. Nobody would go around that tree, after evening, where they actually had crosses erected, which became little maidans and squares, and all of this stuff still exists. And it's really interesting to start looking at that fabric from that point of view, and then to see it in current day. Where the entire area that I was talking about is here, and this is the sea, this is Carter Road. Rajesh Khanna's bungalow used to be here somewhere. Joggers Park is here. And these are interventions that we've actually done as the Bandra Collective, which is a group of 6 architects that work together for public space in Bombay. And this is a 1.3 kilometer long promenade that was derelict. Because there were various issues with the contractor, the corporator, the local ALMs, the bodies that actually resident association bodies. So we basically liaised with all of them to enable the project to finish, and we completed this sometime in 2021. And it included paving patterns, it included a park for senior citizens, a skateboard, and this is a skateboard park. And this is really interesting because the local ALMs were resisting the skateboard park, saying that it's a sunken area, kids will come there, the youngsters will come, do drugs and things like that. So it was an interesting point of resistance, but we were able to push it through, and today we get kids coming all the way from New Bombay to come in and skate here. In a city devoid of public space, spaces like this are an incredible resource, and it's one of the big successes that we've had in designing that entire strip. Third stop, Mandu. Kinara? Anyone seen this film by Gulzar? It's a kind of strange story. Hema Malini and Dharmendra are, Hema Malini is a dancer, Dharmendra I think is a poet, and they have an accident with a car that Jitendra is, and Hema Malini doesn't want to dance, or she loses her eyesight, can't dance because Dharmendra dies. And the entire movie is basically about Jitendra trying to get her to dance again, and he feels guilty about that loss. But the thing about this film is, of course, the songs of Gulzar and the incredible cinematography through Mandu. This film shot Mandu so beautifully that they used it for tourist promotion back in the day, right? And it's a beautiful film just because of the way that it's shot through the monuments. And you must see the film for the music and for these gorgeous monuments, which if you haven't been, again, I would highly recommend you go. I went there as a child. It was 1990. I was, I don't know, 15, 16 years old. That's my family here with my uncles and my mom and my dad. And when we went here, just before, someone had told me that there is a NASA convention happening. Do you see that? I was not in architecture school. I think I was in 10th. Yeah, I was in 10th. I still had 2 years to go, but so I was very interested in architecture. Like I said, there was some connection. So I went to the convention. In fact, small caveat is that Pinkish was one of the organizers of that NASA convention. I found out many years later, of course. But it was interesting, and it was this trip that for me completely concretized my decision to do architecture. I mean, this was it. There was no cinematography, there was nothing else. It was just architecture. I was interested. I fell in love. So this was also coincidentally, maybe it was 91. This is when Advani gets arrested for the Rath Yatra. And they shut down the whole of MP, right? And we are stuck here for, I think it was almost 15 days in Mandu. My cousins and my sister hated it. They hated being there. I was completely in love. I was completely in love with the place, and I would go off every day into the monuments. I don't know what I was doing, but anyway, maybe there was something wrong. But anyway, so when I've come back to Bombay, I've decided that architecture it is. I'm going to do architecture. That's it. And I struggle in my first year. Let me go back. I struggle in my first year. I have 2 KTs. My professor, I don't show up to class because I didn't understand. It's a big jump, right? All of us who've done 12 plus 2 know that once you go from, when you're 10 plus 2, when you go from 12th to architecture, it's a massive jump, right? And you're not able to understand the syntax of what you're being taught. So after some time, I kind of tuned out and I stopped going to class. One of my professors at that point tells my girlfriend that time in class, I wasn't there, tells her, tell your boyfriend I'm going to make sure he fails the year. So this is really bad. I mean, it's becoming very awkward for me to go back to class again after that. But, so I work on my submissions, and then one of the professors there tells me, Sameep, I know you're trying, but what I suggest you do is take a break. 3 days, go away to Pune, and see the small project by Korea. I don't know if, I don't know what happened here. Sujit, you might need to help here. Okay, got it. Yeah, don't worry, it's done. Yeah, that one. So he says, go back to go to Pune, spend 2 days there, and see the small project by Korea. It's the Kasturba Memorial. It's behind the Aga Khan, what is it called, Foundation building, something like that. And it's a building that was at that point so unknown that even today on the Charles Korea Foundation website, there are just 2 pictures of the building. And these are some pictures that I took when I went there of the project. Incredible project. Just a series of walls, beautifully scaled entryways, and this ability to use light to produce effect. And something flipped in my head, and I think it just all started making sense. I went back to school, and I went back to class, and then started doing all my submissions again. The entire vacation, I sat and did all my basic design submissions, and I passed. That professor couldn't fail me anymore. And then I did reasonably well as we went on further, doing a lot of extracurricular work as well simultaneously. And this is a picture of 1995. Yeah, that's it. That's Kapil. That's me. So this is, as you can, the 30-year-old picture, and this is primarily, I think, Kapil's classmates. So this is the NASA that we hosted at Academy of Architecture, and I think that's when I first met Kapil. So that's one of the connections that I was talking about. And then many years again later, of course, we met a number of times. In fact, Kapil, when I came back from the US, had already started his practice and was doing a lot of work. It was he who gave me one of my first projects, or he suggested my name to the client, to Malini, for palette, and that's one of those happy connections that we kept making many years after as well. And this is again Kapil up there, and me here on the roof of the Miloners building in 2011 for a wallpaper shoot. So there is a kind of set of overlaps that seem to be happening both through school and in practice, but also, I think it all starts when we were in school together. And like I was saying, I was doing okay. These are some drawings that suddenly I found and I shot for this for a lecture from college. This was 94, 90. So this is third or fourth year work. I used to really like drawing axonometrics. And my final year thesis. This was interesting because I didn't want to do a design thesis. I was bored of doing design thesis. I had done enough design for 4 years. I was really interested in the Himalayas. I was very interested in Buddhism at that time. I was reading a lot of Krishnamurti. Your dad likes Krishnamurti as well. And I wanted to go document these monasteries. And I spent about 4 months in Spiti documenting these 3 monasteries of Ki, Tabo, and what was the third one? Kibar. So 3 monasteries that I drew and for the thesis, and it went really well. And I graduated, and the professor who had said he would fail me asked me to come back and teach with him. I think it was that year or maybe a year after that that I actually taught Arjun when he was in first year. So you see how the plot thickens. So these connections have been happening for a while. And yeah, so the thesis did really well, and I found this old poster of 1996 Rizvi lecture series where I presented my work, but there was also Reval, there was Korea, and it was really a kind of validation. It's a moment that actually I shared with Reval. I mean, I couldn't share with Korea, but I shared with Reval, and he was really happy to see that. So let me go back. I mean, Mandu, family trip. My cousins and my sister hated it. I loved it. So much so that many years later, I tortured my son by taking him for a trip to Mandu as well. And this is Rajiv Saini, an interior designer, well-known interior designer. His wife, the artist Shilpa Gupta, that's my wife Ritu, and our kids on this trip. Same place that we took that picture in. But what's really incredible is that after many years, you're also able to understand that space better, right? You're able to see the water networks that now you've read about. You're able to understand how the architecture is really an architecture of water, the ability to kind of harness water in that region, how it is about structure, how it is about depth, how it is about these incredibly abstracted notions of movement, how it is about material, about layer, and how it is about the sense of place. This is Maheshwar, of course, very close to Mandu. And this is at the Ahilya Fort, just the ability of thickness to produce space, right? So this is the fort wall, which is now, of course, a hotel, and they actually have a bed within the thickness of the fort wall, and various configurations of those fort walls as you kind of go through, and which really become rooms. And it's really incredible what thickness can do. And it's a similar idea when we start looking at the ability of thickness to produce a project. And this is a little building that we've done in Hyderabad called Sienna, where we were basically working with a very, very simple footprint. But when we were working with the footprint, what we were also doing is working with the edge of the building to produce thickness so that the bay windows inhabit that thickness of the wall. And what you see here is that project. And it's an exercise in corbelling all of this. I'm not going into too much detail of any of the projects. I'm just giving you a sense of these connections more than anything else. And the way the corbel actually takes the load of that chhaja above, and how the bay window stays shaded and within that corbel thickness of the wall. Just some more images of that project. Next stop is Delhi. I have had a recent, very antagonizing relationship with Delhi, thanks to the National War Museum. But I've also had very, very fond memories of Delhi, of course, through Bollywood, through film, right? And I don't know if you guys have seen this movie. It's called Tere Ghar Ke Samne. And the thing about this film is, you know what is the role Devanand plays in the film? He's an architect. And this is the complex, right? And these are beautiful shots of the complex from the Kutub Minar, which of course you can't access now. And the entire movie is about Devanand falling in love with Nutan, designing his girlfriend's father's house right opposite each other, even though they actually hate each other, the two fathers hate each other. Puts up a wall in between, but builds exactly the same house on both sides. And it's supposed to be, and that's how the film ends, when he drops that wall and they can see that both their houses resolves an entire love. So anyway, so it's this idea of Delhi that stayed and of these artifacts. I mean, the Kutub Minar, it's not accessible anymore, of course, but back in the day, you could actually go right to the top. And there's this beautiful song sequence in the movie, which is shot with Nutan down the stair, and this incredible light quality that you get with the roughness of the stone walls.
दिल का भंवर करे पुकार प्यार का राग सुनो प्यार का राग सुनो रे दिल का भंवर करे पुकार प्यार का राग सुनो प्यार का राग सुनो रे
I think that's enough. I'll go next. And then I went there, of course, with my family. Yeah. So we used to stop in Delhi every year because we used to take a train to Delhi. From Delhi, we'd take another train to Srinagar. That was what the format was. And of course, I went to the Qutub Minar, and this is a picture of, there was this thing about holding it at the back, and if your hands touch and all that, some nonsense. But right next to it, however, is the Mehrauli Archaeological Park. If you haven't been, again, highly recommend that you do. This is a plan of the Metcalfe House. It used to be the tomb of Muhammad Quli Khan, built in 1610. When the British came, and the tomb, of course, was built from remnants of an old Hindu temple, right? So they took parts of the temple. So temple becomes a tomb. When the British came, it became a farmhouse for the British officer. So the idea of the temple components becoming a tomb, becoming a farmhouse. Now this is the flexibility that we were talking about as well earlier, right? This need, there is no need to be self-conscious about program, and there are types that can respond to program broadly without the specificity of a kind of program that is operable today, but maybe not tomorrow. Again, and you can see these parts. You can see the Islamic arch here. You can see what the British built as an addition later on, and all this is evident in the building. Delhi for me also is this beautiful, the beautiful poetry of Mirza Ghalib, and there was an absolutely horribly produced TV show in 1988. Nasir played the role of Mirza Ghalib fantastically, and Nasir actually also, we played tennis together, so he had comments both about Mirza Ghalib and about Janai Bhi Do Yaro. So interesting, again, it's a slight digression. But he said about Janai Bhi Do Yaro, he said all of us didn't find the movie funny at all. We all thought this is going to be a massive flop, and that's the end of our career. And of course, it attained a kind of cult status that is unparalleled. And about Mirza Ghalib, he said that he was a big fan of Mirza Ghalib, the TV series, but the producer was a shady guy, and he was only shooting on video cassette. So this entire thing, you can see the raw footage even today, it's shot on video cassette. It's terrible quality, right? But again, when I remember seeing this as a child and being completely enamored by, of course, the poetry, but also by the introduction, and I'm going to play this out a little bit too. Of Nitish Roy, and this is of course Gulzar speaking about Balli Mara, which is where Ghalib lived.
बल्ली मारा के महल्ले की वो पेचीदा दलीलों किसी गलियां, सामने टाल के नुक्कड़ पे बटेरों के कसीदे, गुड़गुड़ाती हुई पान की पीकों में वो दाद, वो वाहवा, चंद दरवाजों पे लटके हुए बोसीदा से कुछ टाट के पर्दे, एक बकरी के ममियाने की आवाज, और धुंधलाई हुई शाम के बेनूर अंधेरे ऐसे दीवारों से मुंह जोड़ के चलते हैं यहाँ, चूड़ी वालान के कटरे की बड़ी बीज ऐसे अपनी बुझती हुई आंखों से दरवाजे टटोले। इसी बेनूर अंधेरी सी गली कासिम से एक तरतीब चराहू की शुरू होती है, एक कुरान सुखन का सफ़ा खुलता है, असद अल्लाह खां गालिब का पता मिलता है।
So he then says, there's in the introduction there is a part where he says, हर एक बात पे कहते हो तुम कि तू क्या है, तुम ही कहो ये अंदाज़े गुफ्तगू क्या है, रगों में दौड़ते फिरने के हम नहीं कायल, जब आँख से ही ना गिरा तो लहू क्या है. So it starts off with that poem, and for me that entire that Ghalib's poetry and the song and the music took me back to Balli Mara. So I actually went to see where Ghalib used to live. I went to see his tomb still stands, his Haveli still stands in Nizamuddin, and but the village has changed, of course. It's this in some sense maybe vertical version of what it might have existed. Very tight spaces. There are renderings being done here as well. But I had the best kebabs at Ghalib. I don't know if you've eaten here, but I highly recommend, if you're there, please get the kebabs at Ghalib. The best kebabs I've had in India are here, but the best kebabs I've ever eaten are here in Karachi. In 2016, we got invited to do a small competition with Pranav, you know Pranav, right? So we went to Karachi for this. It was a really strange trip because I'm a Kashmiri Pandit, right? So we had 1 week to get a visa, and I thought this is never coming. You know, I'm not going to get a visa. I'll never go to present. I mean, we'll just have to, you know, get our models sent or something. In 1 week, we got a visa. So that's my Karachi visa, and you get only city visas to go to Pakistan, right? You don't get a visa for the country. And it's a really interesting trip because what happened was when we got there. So there were all of us. That's Pranav. That's me, of course. They are, of course, our local people who are our local contact there. That's Vami. She's my partner in the practice now. She had just gotten married, and I was shit scared that she was coming to Pakistan with me. I didn't know what was going to happen, whether she would make it back or not. But what happens is when we land. So this is for the Dawoodi Bora community. I mean, very well connected both in India and in Pakistan, especially Karachi. When we land, we come out of the aircraft, we go to immigration. So one of their contacts comes towards us and says, no, you're not going to immigrate from here. Give me your passport. So now I've handed over my passport. Both of us have, all of us have handed over our passports to that chap. He says, now you come. He takes us out through a different channel. Now we don't have our stamp on our passport, or at least that's what we think. We don't see our passport again till we are taking a flight back to India. And they said, we are not going to put you in a hotel because, if you go to a hotel and you have to go to the police station every day and, there are lots of other people involved and stuff like that. So we will put you up in a guest house. So we went to the guest house. Now this is like, we are panicking. Now our phones aren't working. Indian services don't work in Pakistan. Now we are in Pakistan without our passports, no phone connection to contact anybody, staying in a random guest house. The car we were in, we saw a lot of security at the airport. So I asked this guy who was driving us why is there so much security? Is it safe to kind of move around? He said, yeah, don't worry, you're in a bulletproof car. So I was wondering, why would we need to be in a bulletproof car in the first place? But anyway, but it was really interesting. This entire experience really was fantastic. And of course, Pakistan, there are certain aspects that are really unique. And there's so much similarity, of course. And then we drove through these areas. Anyone know what place this is? Leari. It's Leari. That's right. So this is peak Durandar, I mean, for lack of a better word. But there was a sense of, I mean, it's a coastal city, but yet completely unlike Bombay. Karachi, Bombay were supposed to be twin cities, right, just across the water. But the cheapest real estate in Karachi is actually at the water. They don't want to build next to the sea because they say, at that point they said that the salt in the air corrodes all the electronics and things stop working, so which is why they don't want to build. So it's cheapest to live there. Interesting. There was also some interesting architecture that we saw. This project by this American architect, Leo Daly, for Habib Bank. And then we ended that trip, after the presentation, all of that, we ended that trip when our hosts told us, we're taking you to a water park for a lunch. Great, let's go. Now remember, we have a city visa, right, only for Karachi. We drive into Balochistan for this lunch. And they were telling us, just beyond the mountains, there are tribes that are there that you can see, and they come down sometimes. So it was really unnerving. But these are models. These are pictures of the models that we did for that particular housing competition. It was a really interesting project because it was large. It was about 186 acres, and there is an architecture that we were trying to build of pedestrian movement between various house types, different scales, vertically as well as horizontally, different house sizes, and it alternates with streets. So you always have this kind of pedestrian connection that runs you through the entire. So this is the model. We actually made nice little peepholes in the model, so when you actually look through, you can see the scale of the street inside. So things like that. These are things that really excited us, and that idea of that street kind of stuck in many ways. And in this little project that we've done in Goa called Zama, it's a set of 13 houses on a site that is roughly less than an acre, actually. We tried to kind of work with the same idea of the street and the material and the roof, the balcony that Kapil was mentioning as well. And just this idea of that vertical space and the connection to the sky. So, moving on, again, like I said, this is completely off any sort or semblance of a, linear timeline. This is LA. I did my first attempt at a master's in LA. I went to SciArc, right? This is 98, I think, 98. I didn't finish at LA. I didn't finish at SciArc. I left early. But my entire group, whoever I knew, went to the A, or they went to New York, right? But for me, LA was this mystery space, the Doors, a typical LA band, right? I mean, that sense of the unknown. So I was really keen to go to LA. I mean, I don't know for what reason, except this, I mean, not this, but it was great. I had a great time. It was, I don't know, some of you might know Sonal Sancheti. She and I were classmates and roommates as well. And I was enamored by the work of the LA school, right? I mean, this is Eric Owen Moss. I just discovered all of this in India before I'd gone, so which is why I went to LA. This is the work of Eric Owen Moss, who Philip Johnson had at that point called the jeweler of junk, right? And it was really interesting, a very apt and interesting description of his work. Morphosis, working with this kind of layering of material, form, juxtaposition, the kind of lightness, and yet the kind of whimsical nature of the way things came together, but very super articulated. And then, of course, the work of Frank Israel, who I loved. I mean, I really loved his work, and one of the main reasons I went to LA was to be able to see his work, and at that point, he was teaching at SciArc. But unfortunately, the year that I went to SciArc, he had passed away. So I never really got to study with him, but I went and saw a lot of his work. And I was really interested in this kind of LA format, LA school, compositional type of project. And then when I was building, when I've come back, I was built in Manali, and I've kind of done these small little additions in various parts of a hotel that I worked on while living there, which in some sense I feel in retrospect were heavily influenced by that kind of work. These are some drawings that I made in Manali. I used to really like drafting. So these are drawings of various iterations for porticos. And some random sketches. I don't know what maybe Malana Cream was not too far away, but anyway, this is actually a really interesting project. So while I was influenced by that, of course, that kind of LA school thinking, you also saw stuff like this. This is Chaini Koti. It's a 10-story tower from the 10th century standing in the middle of nowhere. Right, so you have to trek up, at that point you have to trek up for, I think, roughly about 4 or 5 hours after having driven into this remote valley for about 3-4 hours to get to this place. There is no comparative type like this that exists anywhere. And so when we were kind of working on the hotel, we were kind of looking at a lot of that stuff, and also there is a kind of impression of that local aspect, but yet some of the stuff from the LA school that kind of spills over the Katkhuni and et cetera, et cetera. So, and yet, while I was in LA, one of my most seminal experiences was the Salk Institute, right? I thought, I've seen Salk Institute in pictures, and look, we are from Academy of Architecture. Nobody taught us about the beauty of Cannes, right? So we were just kind of learning about how to make good, straightforward drawings. Nobody explained to us this aspect of the relationship between the built, the sky, between shadow, between weight, and so on and so forth. I'd seen the pictures of the project, and I thought, how good can this be? But when I finally went to Salk, I was blown away. It's an incredible experience. So all of you who've been there and know this. And of course, there's that story about Baragan coming to Salk and telling, and at that point, Khan wanted to plant trees through the entire center space, and Baragan says, no, it should just be a conversation between the sky, the plaza, and the water, and that's how this comes about. And yet, anyway. But my most, one of the other most incredible experiences has been the Taj, which I was not too impressed with when I went as a child. To be honest, but it was another moment which completely blew me away. And the first time that you enter through the doorway and see the Taj on the other side, it's incredible. But I think by far the most incredible work of Khan that I've seen is the Exeter Library. There is something about his ability to work with very rudimentary material. You can see the texture of the brick here, and it reminds me of Kapil's project in a number of ways, in the way that he described the cladding, but also just look at the way that they deal with that corner, because that's at 45 degree at the corners that Khan uses to open the building up, and the classical nature of the elements that come together to make that space, the bench, the railing, and very reminiscent of your building is also is that main hall space with the big arches. I think it's an incredible project, and this really kind of, I think, impacts me in a way that I hadn't anticipated. And that kind of shows up again in some projects, in the way that structure works in Jetwan, in the way the structure of the roof works with that central gutter, with the two structural brick pylons at either end, and the fact that geometry is actually, even though it's strict, it still creates a kind of openness that is extremely, I think, in some sense, apt for our climatic condition, but references that strong geometry of Khan and the way that he structures space. Another really interesting experience for me, of course, LACMA is in the news right now with the Zumthor edition. But back in the day, in 1999, when I was at SCI-Arc, I saw this beautiful, beautiful retrospect of the talked ellipses of Richard Serra, and it completely blew my mind. The idea of weight, lightness, movement, all coming together in this incredible construct. And in some sense, many, many, many years later, of course, in the Hampi Art Labs, one tries to do that again with the fact that there is a kind of heaviness, and yet there is a kind of lightness in the way that that contradiction occurs in this entire landscape of Hampi and its reference to the Tungabhadra River and the constructs of the Hampi Art Labs that lie in the landscape. I think this is my last stop now. This is Gwalior. This is second last, sorry. Gwalior, again, highly recommended. Highly, highly, highly recommended. I can see that gentleman there really nod vigorously. Are you from Gwalior? Oh, you've been, yeah, it's incredible. So the fort, of course, for all of you who know, but the thickness of the walls of the fort. Look at this. This is the outer wall of the fort, and within that, there are these structural stone braces that go across. There are corridors that lead you to underground caverns where there are hammams, where there was a torture chamber, etc., etc. But all of this is happening in the thickness of that stone wall. What the wall is not a separator, but it's actually a means to produce movement and space. And of course, Datia, again, incredible experience. The fact that there is, of course, it was built. There's an entire story about how Shah Jahan was supposed to come to Bundelkhand for one night, and they built a series of palaces for him to come and stay in. And this is a 10-story palace built in the 1600s. And what you see here are these multiple terraces, all overlooking each other, these balconies, these incredible platforms and structure that's incredible even today to see and to kind of imagine having built at that point of time. This is a small hostel project that we've done in Rajasthan, in Kota, where we were kind of working with local material, Kota stone, of course, the idea of the jali, the multiple terraces as outdoor spaces, and the fact that these kind of diagonal connections are able to produce a sense of place, connection, and community that reinforces support systems for the students who study here for the IIT exams. I've just added this project because I love this project. Again, it's about 45 kilometers outside of Gwalior. It's the Mitavali Chausatyogni temple. It sits in the middle of these fields. There is this hillock. It sits on top of that hillock, built in the 8th century. And that's the space inside. Supposedly, Lutyens was here when he was actually looking to design the parliament, or at that point, the viceregal habitation. And he was here looking for stone to build that entire thing with, and had come here to actually look at it. So supposedly, the parliament building is inspired by this building. Another a few kilometers away from Mitavali is the Bateshwar temple. It's a temple complex of about 200 temples, completely consumed by the Chambal ravine, right? So it was in the forest for the longest time. Some of you might know the story. This is completely bang in the middle of all the dacoit activity that used to happen there. There was a famous dacoit that actually lived here and in the temple, and while the temple was falling into pieces, there is a archaeologist. There is an archaeologist from ASI, KK Mohammed, who goes to this dacoit and says, "I'll bring you food throughout the year. Let me conserve this place." That's how this place was conserved. Can you imagine? It's incredible. It's an incredible project of the way that this entire thing is built, consumed by the forest, and then kind of refound. These temples sit in this beautiful rocky landscape. They seem to emerge from it. Water, of course, is extremely important, and you can actually start seeing how these buildings respond to actually allow water to be conserved, and the kund. And in that kind of brings me to the small project that we've done called the Temple of Steps in 2019, where the idea of water systems and water management really really produces the project, and the idea of the kund becoming the temple complex itself. And these are just some images of how that becomes a water harvesting pond, and it also becomes an agrarian water supply system for the surrounding villages. Finally, it's ending now. One of the most seminal works that I've read that has influenced me a lot is the work of A.K. Ramanujan. Whether it's 300 Ramayanas, whether it is there an Indian way of thinking, whether it is windows as mirrors, I would highly recommend you read this work to really look at how you possibly can attempt to define a quality that we can define as Indian. Because what he comes to, he speaks about subjectivity. He talks about how the truth is completely subjective in India. There can be multiple truths. So nothing is absolute. I mean, I'm oversimplifying it. And as far as architecture goes, there isn't that kind of scholarship in India. I mean, of course, the last really seminal work that was produced, I think, was for the exhibition, the Festival of India and the Vistara book, which maps both the historic and the contemporary architecture that was produced at that point, and really to kind of have an understanding of how do you define India. If you were to look at our entire neighborhood and the countries that, like Sri Lanka and Bangladesh, there is an architecture that is very specific to that place, right? When you see these incredibly beautiful projects, you know that this project could be from Bangladesh. When you see these projects, you can see the influence of Pava, and you can see the way that work, in some sense, is continuing. Of course, as a joke, I often ask Palinda that are there no urban sites within Sri Lanka, because everything that I see is in this idyllic landscape, right? But the point that I'm trying to make is that there is a distinct language that one can associate with this particular, with each country. And yet, within India, it's impossible for us to do that. Because even if you just look at the work of the masters that are there, and we saw the IIM building today, each of them produces an architecture that's completely different. You cannot tell that these guys operated within the same country, within the same geographic location. I think it's this, and this ties back into this idea of is there an Indian way of thinking, and these. And there being no absolutes, that the variety, the diversity of India is allowing us to produce a kind of architecture that is incredibly rich and varied, but yet when we start to reduce it to a singularity, whether it's that big container of critical regionalism, we are also losing a lot of the nuance that these projects actually have. And of course, there's a lot of work that's done to document all of the work here, but since, I would say since about 2000 or so, there hasn't really been a position that examines the work that's produced since that time, except for looking at large containers that this work fits in. Even if I have to look at just the architecture of the house, which is a model that every young practice works on, just look at the diversity of work that is produced in our country, right? And each of these to a specific architectural context, a kind of authorship, a version of the evolution of the house type in a way that is completely different from the other. So on our book that we are working on, a lot of your projects are all in it, and some of you all have written on projects in the book as well, called Architecture's Object, examines just this. What is the tectonic position that one can take on the work that is produced in the country today? Just to kind of end with, I mean, in case you've been wondering what I've been doing in the past 3 years, I've been working on, I've been Dean at CEPT. We've had an incredible set of discussions over the past year, looking at what the future of architectural education is, what is the future of the discipline, and what are the kind of larger categories that we need to address as we move forward, both through the institution as well as a kind of tie-in through practice and industry. We did this big exhibition in IFB, thanks to Arjun and his patronage, and we were able to take all of the work that CEPT is producing and put it out in the public realm, to, of course, seduce one through the incredible beauty of the work that's done, but also to develop a kind of pedagogic understanding of where the discipline goes within this, within the country, and what the future of the discipline and education can be. I'm going to end, this is my last slide. I think these are just concerns that one has been working with off and on through the years, and it kind of has to do with resource, it has to do with context, it has to do with history, it has to do with craft, and it has to do with pedagogy. Thank you.
It's only 8:20, so we'll definitely have a long panel discussion. But the good news is that the presentations were so good that we are not left with any questions to ask that we came with. So, but we'll figure something out as we go along.
Well, it's been said before, but we have to do the thank yous again. So it's terrific to have the three of you here. And through yesterday's conversation, yeah. And through our conversations last evening across gossip and drinks, I was just, you mentioned that the three of you haven't sort of sit together in a presentation, done a presentation together ever, right? This is the first time. Yeah. So, yeah. And you know each other for a while, so this is great that we got you like this, so it's fantastic.
I think also one of the things that we spoke about when we sort of conceptualized getting the three of you together is the way we saw it was the three practices that have been doing this for maybe 15, 20 years, sort of similar background in terms of education and exposure, and coming back and starting this and being at a point where you're looking at another 15, 20 years of practice ahead of you, and it was something that we were thinking about in terms of what are the kind of overlaps you possibly have, given that you are operating out of from the same city, and I think we guessed right, because you clearly showed us that there are enough overlaps in terms of who taught whom, who studied with whom, etc., etc. So I think, like Sameep said, maybe this conversation should be more about understanding things that we otherwise cannot present, or talk about things that's otherwise available on the net or in a book. So hoping to sort of elucidate some of that as we speak.
And Bollywood, yeah.
And if people are still not tired and sleepy and are not going to go, we'll have a session planned by Sameep. He's an amazing musician, so people...
Well, I was just curious. So, we've called you the Mumbai Vanguard, right? So for this invite. So, is that something that, just impromptu? Is that something that crosses your mind? Do you think there's a sort of Vanguard moment, or Vanguard movement rather, that's occurred in Mumbai in the past, and you're part of it? It's something that's maybe you've discussed between you all. Are there more people that you share interests with, conversations?
Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, honestly, I thought about that, but then Kapil moved to Goa, so it just changed that. I don't think that's a conscious thought, really. But the thing is that we often speak with each other, not as a group, but individually, talking about things that are even very pragmatic concerns, quite frankly. And I think there isn't that insecurity between us that, oh, if I share this information, then it's something that I have. And we're very open with each other. If there's anything, there is a kind of solidarity, if not, a vanguard moment. Yeah, I don't know what you feel, Kapil.
Yeah, I think it's, you don't really think of it in terms of that you kind of stand out in some way. I just think it's really more about our individual concerns, passions, and somehow they seem to be visible. Yeah. I think it's really just about that. It's about visibility. I don't think about it any other way. But, we were actually discussing or talking about, the joys of aging. And and I was quoting Yada Pinkett Smith, who kind of told, a young journalist who asked if she had any words for the youth, of her generation. She said, "You won't really understand what I mean when I say that one of the privileges of growing old is that you really don't care what people think about you." Right? So I think those insecurities, those concerns, which maybe as a young practice, you're trying to define yourself, you're trying to be visible, I think those have faded a long time ago, So I don't think we're really invested in any notion of a kind of public persona, per se. I think it's really just more about what your concerns are and what your concerns mean to you now, right? Yeah. So I think it's kind of internalization more than this kind of outward manifestation.
Yeah, but sorry.
Is it sort of safe to say, as an observation of all practices in terms of all the work that you've done over the years, that it's kind of moved from wanting to be avant-garde to like sort of vanguard in some sense now? Was there like this idea of the avant-garde when you started off, when you really wanted to do something that was cutting edge, something that you thought would shine through?
Yeah. Honestly, I think in my case, possibly yes. And I think possibly when you're out of a particular environment, there is I don't know how that kind of, maybe it's anxiety, maybe it's, for me, maybe insecure, whatever it is, right? How it emerges. But I think he's summed it up perfectly, saying that after a while, you just kind of figure out a lot more of what you want to do, perhaps you have to go back and maybe look a little bit deeper at why you want to do it, what makes you happy, and start pushing more in that direction. I think the avant-garde, the vanguard, I think more and more what's become, more and more difficult, and I think Sameep literally, through his presentation, right, referred only laterally to what we would define as architecture. The couple of hours that we spent last night and this afternoon, we realized that perhaps architecture is the least of what we have in common. There's other things about us that I think are far more interesting, and certainly entertaining.
My backhand on court.
His backhand, right? For example, maybe Bijoy's choice of sporting apparel, or his choice of colored shoes, or we realize that at the end of it, we're just a bunch of normal people trying to do what we'd like to do and finding commonality and connections where we can find. And if that emerges through our work, great. If it doesn't, I think Kapil was extremely polite and correct in his in stating what he just said. But for me, it's there are two ultimate positions. One is of reaching the point where, sorry, is this being broadcast? So it's either a question of reaching that point where you start giving 0 Fs, or where you reach the point where you can just say F off. There are two ideal positions.
Oh, I thought you were going to name somebody, which is why you don't.
No.
But Sameep, more for you, because you've been in that sort of big academic role, right? So are you in a position to sort of step outside and look at everything, across the country? You're doing the publication, of course, you're doing the book. And that's why the earlier question, really, are you really seeing some patterns, and are you seeing some, what are your observations?
Yeah, I think there is, like I said in the talk as well, that there is an incredible amount of richness in the work that's being produced. There is a kind of confidence that you see in the work of younger practices. Of course, there'll be anxieties. Of course, there will be moments where you're thinking about who you want to be and where you want to go and all of that. But the work has confidence that, at least for me personally, I don't know about the two of them, and they can speak. It didn't exist at the time that I was going. I was constantly looking for ways to qualify what I was doing through referencing the work that was happening around me. But I see a kind of confidence in the work of young practitioners now that is incredible. And I think the publications that have been done on this work over the past 10 years or 15 years has done a huge disservice to the work, primarily because it's all been lumped into containers which are easy for a Western audience to comprehend, but carry none of the richness of what that work actually is about. And there is an incredible tectonic knowledge that is developed, and I'm not even going into the abstract nature of the work. I'm talking specifically about the built quality, about the tectonic of the project, and what its value propositions are, not just for academia or for younger practitioners who are going to practice tomorrow, but for the world. I think there are value propositions here for the entire world to kind of learn from. And you can see this in other countries, like for instance, if you look at the work that's produced in Mexico, for instance, right? Yeah. Or other parts of Latin America. It's incredible, right? And we recognize that because of the way that that work is actually presented. It's not presented as a work that fits into this neat othered compartment of critical regionalism, right? It's a work that stands on it by itself because of its tectonic abilities. And I think that is happening and has been happening for a while, but it's just not being presented in that through that lens.
But I was also thinking that, but is one of the things that you're looking at, I know you're looking at a lot of fresh work, you're looking at those, for want of a better word, new trends and new sort of speculations, right? But what about that body of work? Are you looking at longevity? For example, you all got sort of it's a consistent body of work across a certain span of time, right? And are you looking at that also then? Because that consistency is important, right?
No, absolutely. And I think, Arjun was talking about doing a monograph. I think one of the things is that publication now is much easier to do than it was earlier, right? Self-publication, of course, is an option. But I think even within that, and I mean, this is unwarranted advice, but I don't think publications as monographs should be done internally. I think there should be someone else speaking about the work. And I think that person needs to take a critical position and not just a position that's descriptive of the work that you've done. And it's only then that you can capture these qualities of longevity and robustness and, you know, just natures of projects that in a monograph, that when you're very close to a project, you're not able to perhaps see it as clearly, and it's perhaps distance that makes value propositions a lot more clearer to be communicated to everyone else. Yeah. And also, I think the other thing about CEPT is what I've been trying to do past 3 years, and some of the people in the audience have been there in various capacities. Senthil has taught a studio there. I mean, this would be unheard of, 5 years ago. The two of them have taught a studio there. Kapil is on the BOR. We are now able to bring all of these young practices and come and be a part of academia, take from academia into practice, and vice versa. So I think this is an incredible opportunity, just the moment in time where if we do not present the work correctly, we will again be relegated to being, a nice work, but this is only for this particular context.
I mean, I'd just like to add to that, very insightful comment. I had the good fortune of being a reviewer. We spoke about this for the 2022 the Aga Khan cycle, and when you begin to see the work that is being produced now called West Asia, or kind of Middle East, the actual Middle East, Iran, Turkey, Jordan, Afghanistan, I was completely thrown. I was completely blown away by the sophistication, by the ability for them to continue essentially your traditions, which haven't been exoticized, right? The mason of the street will build you the most delightful brick arch or a brick dome. It's not exotic anymore. Yeah. What you realize is that unfortunately, that the voice for design today is largely controlled by industry. We are, I'm sorry to say, we're a very commercial society, right? Where by and large, it is the market, it is capitalism that really drives the entire, what is visible and what is not visible, right? So absolutely true. I mean, how do we have more robust platforms that in a certain sense give voice to all of these young practices, and how do we bring them front and center? That is one. The other obviously is, how do we create more opportunities for younger architects to do more important work? We have no competition culture really, right now. So without this turning into another lament around, the problems that we face as an actual country in terms of the kind of architecture that we produce, I just think that we need to be more vigilant, and we need to be more careful, and we need to be more supportive, we need to be more generous to be able to actually look at what is happening in the country today. And all that is happening at CEPT, I think, is absolutely fantastic. But we need 20 CEPs. We need 20 organizations like that can actually push the work for young people.
So this land you have in Goa?
Yes. But you think it has something to do with our time that we've lost our heroes in some sense, right? And I think maybe that's something to do, has something to do with the sort of state of things that you're talking about. We spoke about that in the morning, Arjun, right? We were looking at IIM, and you mentioned that every city in some sense had a hero, right? A kind of guy you look back at and you sort of thought your work had to fall, if not in line, but had to kind of fall into a certain, let's say, framework, right? In sense, let's say a few years ago, and now it's not like this kind of time of choice. It's it's driven by market forces, primarily private commissions, no competitions, and so on. So it's a completely different set of triggers. Is that sort of, now we're kind of stepping out of that, or are we not?
Again, this may be a little bit reductive, but my limited experience with, and I think Kapil, Sameep, you mentioned, you talked about Mexico, you talked about Latin America, you've talked about West Asia, you've very pointed, talked about Iran and Jordan and even Palestine, right? He's right, we don't see that level of fetishization, or the burden of presenting as critical regionalism in those works. No one is asking the question of what is Japanese vernacular architecture, what is Chinese vernacular, but here, we're constantly obsessed with it, right? Is it that someone has pressured us to do this song and dance? Is it that we've enforced this on ourselves? Is it that we are imposing a very clearly Eurocentric method of evaluation and categorization on our work in our built environment? It really strikes me as odd, right?
It's the post-colonial gaze, essentially, and we still not recovered from that. We still feel that we constantly need to validate or understand what identity really means. And I think identity is something that is always in the process of making and is not something that needs to retrospectively be kind of called up. And I think I think for me it's also a function of confidence that you have as a society to project your own voice, and you don't need to validate it constantly. So you're absolutely right. I mean, we still observe architecture through a very Eurocentric gaze, or that is the gaze that you seek validation from. So we need to slowly over time just strengthen, our own sense of self, and you're absolutely right. Although a lot of these young practices that we're seeing in India today, I think, maybe it's a generational thing, but they seem to be a little freer, and I truly hope that's the case.
Is it to do with like the body of sort of theory the way of teaching, and it happens with the crutch of theory where, modernism or whatever, all of that is drilled into you, and then you have to figure out a way to break out of it. I mean, when we look at sort of opening up new frames of what is acceptable and what could lead the way, how will that sort of get supported by theory, or is that not important anymore?
No, I think the confidence also comes from economic security. I think we possibly were, post 91, by the time we figured, when I say we figured, I'm talking about our generation. Sorry, I lumped you guys into our category. But by the time our generation figured the benefits of what we had access to, not just knowledge networks, but also the ability to edit, to curate ways of making, and couple that with the technology that would become accessible. It was already, that moment already had passed us by. But I think more and more you can see that there is a stability and confidence coming from just the economic security that the market economy, which I know Kapil was deriding a little bit earlier, capitalism, that has allowed for practices to be able to now also practice with that confidence that they are going to be able to survive while doing things that they like doing. And I think the absence of theory is a really interesting point, but the absence of theory is because of the fact that we never really developed a theory for any of the stuff that was happening. We were always waiting for someone else from outside to tell us what that theory is, and where we fit in to the world order. We really haven't developed a lens to look at our own work. And I think that's important, that we have to do that.
Just digressing a little bit, we're kind of keen to understand what your roles are in your practices now. I mean, after
basically we want to know how is it working with your dad?
You're watching movies, he's in Goa. I don't know what you're up to.
You're watching movies, he's in Goa. So are you still working?
As of this moment, actually.
No, but seriously, I mean, have you, is it a more sort of directorial role? Are you still very sort of hands-on and, you know, guiding the team at the office? What's your day like now, Arjun?
I'm still figuring it out.
Constructive friction. Can you?
Yeah, I'm still figuring it out because, in a way, my position is often more reactive than proactive, and I guess that changes from time to time. But generally, there is a very powerful force in my life, and I do have to balance myself around it. Fortunately, he is also a very benevolent person. Right, so I would say 99% of the time the mutual love and respect tends to overcome the inevitable outcome of two alpha males in the same kind of confined space. It happens, it's part of life, but I think in a way...
You also have your sister, right?
Yes, and that's the one, I mean, she really wears the pants out of the three of us, but that's a whole different conversation for a different time. Look, I thought I would be by this point having more of a editorial stroke pedagogical role in the practice, but I'm still very much in the thick of it at every single stage, right? Which may be the case for a few more years potentially. But what's really wonderful about the way that we work together and with the team, and I think that's why the word constructive friction that Ananya came up with, is because he asked a simple question: if something comes to you guys, what happens? Right? Very direct question, like not beating around the bush at all. And I explained to him that things work in one out of two ways, right? Dad is, I think, also from a particular generation, right? And I see a lot of other architects of his generation, they get a brief, they get a program, and boom, sketch, building, right? That's one way to do it, because it also means there's a certain level of, intuitive thinking, maturity, experience, the ability to deal with things, and it all goes into the head and then something else comes out. That's the whole point of the creative process. That's one way to do it, right? And he's really fast. I'm tentative, uncertain, slow, considering, posturing, tiptoeing around it, trying as long as for as long as I can, I try not to draw the project. Right? That's really my position on it. So in situation A, his sketch of a plan of a building, of a section, something very clearly formed, right, actually becomes the point of departure. It either refines, or it mutates, or it becomes a provocation for a counter argument or a counter proposition. That's how it works really beautifully. If I'm the protagonist, I've got all these weird sketches, notes, musings, almost like a collage that needs to be laid across a table, right? And then he comes in and he can kind of make sense and maybe establish tangible or practical direction. This is when we work best, along with the team, obviously, right? But it's very much every single day, practically every single moment being involved, because the nature of our work also, we enjoy it. It's not like it's not an imposition. It's something that we enjoy.
Yeah. But like, I felt like there is a certain allure to the idea of the ground in the way you explained all your projects, and there's a very strong relationship with the ground and the landscape, and sort of the ambiguous edge between the two, and what was consistent in the projects that your father did and you did, that was a thought that was always there, and that sort of felt like it's the sort of the backbone for structuring most of your projects, and that the idea of the ground and the way the building meets it is critical.
It's absolutely fundamental to everything that we do, and in a way, it's within him, it's more learned for me first. I think in a way, theoretically and practically by sensing, seeing, learning and doing, but I think it's really transformed radically by being able to change my frame of reference by traveling a lot and observing the works of others, both within India, within Southeast Asia, and within Europe a lot, and then recently South Africa, to actually see how some of these thoughts and propositions pan out in different situations. And I think that I won't call it a validation. I think it's more a sense of seeing the implications of those thoughts being made manifest physically. That really, because otherwise it's, okay, you're making a drawing and you're building a maquette and you're making a digital model, and but to see some of, and that's when you start to realize, right? And I think the real, the key moment here is when you realize that there's a 99.99999% chance that you are never going to do anything original. Once you are at peace with that, and you know that you are just part of a continuum, it doesn't matter if it's from the 1500s or 1600s or 1700s, because you learn that your masters had other masters. History was their master. You know, Hampi was their master. Mandu was their guru. Rome was their guru. Right? Once you begin to understand that practically everything in some sense is learned from or borrowed, right? It actually sets you completely free, because then the anxiety goes. Then how you want to make it yours, what you need to do with it, right? Makes life kind of easy in a way.
Kapil, how about you? I mean, through your and more specifically through your relationship with Chris and the international teams, how does work sort of happen? Is it possible for you to touch upon how you do this at the office?
Well, you know, I think there's no question that you know, through the years, over the past, you know, I think we've been fortunate that we have a fairly stable office, and a lot of our, you know, the senior architects, the associates, are committed to the office in a way where they see a kind of long-term future. And that's how we try to grow the office. But over and above that, it's not about the master sketch anymore, you see. So fundamentally, our roles are now more about, one is about mentorship, right? Especially when it comes to all of the young architects that come to the office. So essentially, I think one of the most important tools, even when you talk about that idea of essentially mentorship, is to think aloud, right? So they hear you reasoning, they hear you debating, they hear you, you know, trying to develop a certain kind of vocabulary and a grammar, or rather we want them to understand that learning how to think, I mean, what is a good idea? Very simple question. What is a good idea? How do you understand what a good idea is? You can't just say, I like something, right? So in a certain sense, that aspect of reasoning is really something that we are trying to help them think through. And it takes, you know, and this is where that earlier question of yours, when you talk about theory, it's not just about theory, right, necessarily. But I think if you look at the history of architecture as but a set of problems, right, that were solved creatively, right, you begin to look at classical architecture very differently. You begin to look at historical architecture very differently. You begin to look at plans very differently. The biggest problem that we have today is that architects experience architecture on a two-dimensional plane. Design, all these magazines and all of this, right? There is no depth in their ability to see space. So whether it is encouraging them to travel, whether it is encouraging them to have more experiences, I think you need to do all of that, right? If one is to truly invest in the people that matter to you in your offices. So I think it's really, at this point in time, it's more about that investment in the office as a whole, that I think what kind of preoccupies us, me and Chris.
Yeah, and it's interesting when you talk about mentorship, it means you're already you're thinking about continuity and legacy for the practice, right? Is that something, Samip, you're also working on, or?
Yeah, I mean, in the sense that I have two partners in the practice who became partners after having worked with me for 15 years, 14 years, that kind of timeline. I mean, as you can see, I'm really interested in documentation in some sense to perhaps look for ways that things can continue, right? What are the impulses that produce, the work that is? But more than anything else, I have to say, and this probably ties into the earlier question about how do you actually do what you do? What do you want to do? And how does everything work to produce what you want to produce? I think for me, the only impulse is really to find out something every day or on every project that I didn't know before. My only desire, if I was to kind of break everything down to that one impulse, is to know something more than I did before I did a particular thing. Everything else, whether it's models, whether it's technology, whether it's hand sketches, everything comes together for me personally only because I want to find something out. For me, the project is only a means to do that. In some sense, the client is not important. The site is not important. What you build is not important. If I'm not able to find something new in that, if I don't discover something new about a way of doing things, and of course about myself as well. Yeah. And for that, you will need to always expand beyond your own capacities, right? Because if you always operate between what you think is the right thing, that like the authorship, the sketch that Kapil is talking about, you're never going to find anything new, right? And you don't grow then. And I think that's critical. For me, Vami and Apana are complete opposites of what I personally am, as a person. And in some sense, between the three of us, we find some kind of equilibrium, but we equally feed off people who are working with us and their energies, their interests, because with that extra dimension, you're able to see something that you haven't seen before, right? Sure. Yeah. And really the experiences that Kapil is talking about sending people and seeing space, it's about that, being able to see something that you haven't sensed or felt before. And if you're able to find that every day in the work that you do, I mean, obviously it's not every day that it's possible, you're able to perhaps grow in a way that you wouldn't be able to grow otherwise.
Samir, it's interesting you say that because I think you see a lot of new directions in all your projects, and I think there is definitely this sort of, this quest to find this next new thing or whatever that excites you or that stimulates you. But I'm just curious, once you find something, is there also a thought of continuing it to see where else it goes? Does that also happen? Or, I'm just curious, how does that?
No, naturally it does. It does. It sometimes leads off, but it's not, let's say, how should I put it? Let me give you a more active reference at the risk of taking names. It's not a practice like, let's say, for instance, a Bijoy Jain, where you do one thing and you do it to the extent that you're able to refine it to a point where there is no other refinement possible. That. If you want to do that, that's a valid way of doing things as well. But for me, that does not interest me. I need to find something new out, and it's not necessarily manifesting in the form of the project. It's maybe a way of getting to finding something out as well. The projects formally might be exactly what the last project was, but if I have taken a process that's taught me something new, I'm good with that.
And I think the question to you, Arjun, what the deviation from the norm, in terms of like you keep using words like there's disjunction, there's fracture, there's all of this that happens formally, like in the tectonic of all your projects. What does that give you in terms of, is that freedom, is that like departure from the norm, or is it a moment of excitement? What does that rupture really do?
There are two answers to that question. One is, and I did mention I never wanted to be an architect. My first love was football, my second was basketball. So I'm sure everyone is aware of that beautiful thing called flow state. When you're completely kind of out of your body, you're weightless, you don't feel fatigue, you're just, you're floating. And so in a way, that feeling I used to get, that's actually what in a way, sometimes that's what I'm chasing, which is why I will keep taking that, paper upon paper and keep drawing and drawing until something clicks into place, right? In that, you also learn to work between the spaces, in the crevices, in the margins, because that's, I think, where you find the least weight or the least burden or the least conditioning or the least expectation, right? And the other one is, I think, through my love of cinema and music, etc., it was always that sense of, yes, there is flow, there is pattern, there is repetition, and there is order, but it's somewhere in that moment of disjuncture or the breaking of that order, right, that you find something that you couldn't see within the order, and maybe it even, through that break, enhances the appreciation of that order, right? If you had to ask me to put it into words, that's the best I can do, but, I don't know the real answer to that, frankly.
The only disjunction that I see right now is that it's 9 o'clock on Saturday night in Bangalore. We have a full auditorium. This is not nice. We should be out.
I was just going to say, maybe we should take some questions from the audience if there are any. I can see one there. If she can get a mic. You've tired yourself out, Samdeep, after your lecture.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Sohini. I'm currently in my 6th semester of architecture. What I've noticed across all the 3 presentations is that context is probably the most important thing. But what I have been pondering for quite some time now is there are many people in India, a large part of the Indian diaspora are people who have left their identity and context behind because of partition. And I come from such a family. So when you ask me, where do you come from? I don't have an answer for you. So how would you define context architecturally for people like me, no matter where in India they come from?
At some level, what is context? It's essentially what informs your concerns, right? And how do you judge your concerns in terms of, are you committed to a lower carbon footprint? Are you committed to a certain sense of history? Are you committed to, are you essentially committed to maybe non-referential architecture? It's entirely your decision, right? It's what you choose. So I don't think we can tell you something that you're going to go home with an aha, right? No, I think that's your journey. I think that's entirely your trip to figure what that means. I think it's an interesting word because it essentially means relevance, right? So what makes architecture relevant for you? It's as simple as that. It's about you. And you don't need other people to tell you that.
I don't have a question. You made a comment earlier on saying, why is that a secret guarded vault of information and not sharing it with anyone?
I just made a comment.
The question is, why is that a secret guarded vault of information? And why are you not opening more sets all over the place?
See, there's a small problem of money.
Money is not the problem. I think
This is the kind of support we need, yeah, Naresh. Come on, pledge an amount today. Come on, do it.
Bijoy can pull this off. Clearly.
Bijoy, you didn't tell. Bijoy, where are you, man? You didn't tell me, yeah? God, you spoke to God? No. My wife?
But the answer I get every single time. And just before you took over team, I was there 3 years in SEPTA. So I kept asking, why are
No, it's not. Actually, I think you're misinformed. We actually have a module that we are conducting in other schools as well.
One in Kerala.
Yeah, but people have to be willing to pay for it, right? To get that. You're not going to give off proprietary information for free. I mean, systems that we have developed are obviously of some value, no?
Why does that not do it itself? It's very well funded.
Oh, we build more institutes? No, we're not well funded. I mean, comparatively, because of the incredible systems that Bimal had put in place, CEPT is now able to, keep its head out of water, but it's not that well funded, unfortunately, as yet. At some point, I'm sure that there will be some value accumulation.
The money is next door, man. The finance field, all that stuff, it's all there.
Joy, this is a revelation, huh? I didn't know that you're funding stuff everywhere.
No tennis shots for you. I think we can. No, I think everyone's tired. Yeah.
Yeah. This is.
Yeah. We
I
have no more questions.
No, you had a question about what's your day like. I actually sleep at 9:30, so it's pretty much the closure of mind.
But thanks a lot once again. This has been terrific. Thank you.
Just requesting you all to stay here for 5 minutes. What a wonderful evening it's been, actually day for us as well. And as Sunita was mentioning earlier, there could not have been a better celebration for exchange as we complete 1 year, and we didn't realize it actually. And with these three fabulous, I don't have words to say and praise them, speakers engaging us with three different, fun, entertaining, and at the same time, thought-provoking presentations, followed by spirited panel discussions with Sujit and Smaran. On behalf of Team Exchange, thank you all once again for coming to Bangalore. A big round of applause, please. Can I please request architect Peter Rich to please join us for 5 minutes? So a few words from you about today's conversation, your thoughts.
It's late, so I'm not going to give a lecture. I just want you to know that there are few places in the world that this level of discourse happens outside of universities. It doesn't happen in London, it doesn't happen in New York, it doesn't happen in Copenhagen, okay? And don't take it for granted. It's one of the reasons I come to India. And you need to believe in yourself. And I just want to thank Sabha, because those of you who've put this together, it's this venue that's the agency for Peter Zumthor to come, but for these three gentlemen to come. And I find it bizarre in India, people in different states don't know about one another in other states. You've almost got to create this forum for them to know one another. But you can see they drew up a program for them to follow. They ignored that, but we got this beautiful autobiography of how they opened their hearts and souls to share with you how they got where they've got. And that's remarkable. So I want you to cherish that. And more importantly, I'm trying to do it in a number of schools, at Avani and at the Vadia school, where as part of theory and as part of history, local architects get studied and unpacked and analyzed and valued, because it's time India started valuing who they are, okay? Because the world is actually looking to you for a lot of answers. Thank you.
Also, token of appreciation from you to Arjun first. You have to give it to Arjun. Sameep. And Kapil. And as always, with every event, we give our sponsors very challenging tasks, but they've been fantastic quarter lucks. Today we have Ambika, Rohit, and Vikram with us, and Siddharth is partying somewhere. Please wish him happy birthday from us. Lastly, a big shout out to the audience every time turning up and supporting us. I must say, as Sunita mentioned earlier, we were full in 2.5. Registrations were full in a matter of 3 hours. And I know most of them have lost sight who was not quick on social media, but we promise for the next event, we will make this seamless and more inclusive. Till we announce the next event, have a wonderful evening and good night. Thank you. And also we have a exchange Instagram. Please follow us and be quick for the next event. Thank you.